Everybody.
Please.
Hopefully you can hear us and see us and realize that this is not virtual reality. And we are here to put fear in your hearts as we always do every Saturday night. and if you're not good, we have Mr. Ishii here to get rid of any bodies that we have to get rid of. We got Roy, we got Randall, we got John. Hopefully later on we'll have Gustavo might be able to pop in. I hope David Stewart, Mr. Stewart, may not be able to join. He's actually I heard on the news today that due to a major solar flare eruption or something, that the Aurora Borealis, you might even be able to see it from New York.
Really?
So they said if you're into doing Aurora Borealis, I think probably tonight, tomorrow are going to be really something.
Sounds very busy.
So he may be out there trying to get his next photos.
I would.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah. I mean, he has all the right gear for it too. And Woody's here early. He says, good evening. I want to get an early start. I want to take a good look at the Z6 III. Might be the right one for me.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see that too.
Bob, our photos is here. He's in Pennsylvania right now. Bob went up to look at trains today. He's in Philly visiting his daughter. He has a new grandchild, his first grandchild. So he's up visiting and went up to check out some trains and is going to have some good video to share down the road. Rakesh, hello to you. Luke, Ava, good to see you. Terry Gardner, good to see you too. And we'll let a few more people come in and hopefully Jim comes in. I have this is the last show I'm going to do any old people jokes because I kind of went through them all. So I got a few more and that'll be it. So everybody can thank Jim for the bad humor that we have at the beginning of the show for the last month. Don't blame me. We'll go after Jim. It's all Jim's fault.
I thought we were old people jokes.
Yeah. Well, I like the one, you're old if you could pinch an inch on your forehead, and luckily I have a pretty tight egg casing here. My egg head is pretty tight. And I know Chuck's wife contacted me. He will hopefully join us in the chat. He will not be coming on the panel, but he should be joining us in the chat at some point. And Greg Wilson, good to see you. Here's Chuck. There he is.
G'day, Chuck.
The man, the myth, the legend. He is here.
Hey, Randall, have you moved into the cupboard or something? What's it? All that stuff behind you.
We can't hear him. He's in a soundproof closet.
That's him fixed. What's next?
For some reason, we can't hear your audio. At least I can't.
I can't either.
I'm going to say his dogs got mad at him and threw him in the closet.
Looks it, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, we still can't hear you. Chuck, we hope you're doing well, my friend. It's nice to have you stop by as always. Hello, Maribel. Chuck's wife is here, Maribel. I hope everything went good with your visit to the dentist. I know how much I love going to the dentist.
Oh, I got to go tomorrow for my final root canal.
She just had hers finished up. She just beat you to it by a day or two here. She just got her root canal finished, I believe. She was telling me. I got to go for a consultation on Tuesday because I have a piece of broccoli hanging down in the back of my upper palate. I got something that's growing.
Did it grow there, or is it just planted?
No, it grew there. So I'm either an alien and I don't know it, and they're going to tell me that when I see them, or something that they're going to have to remove at some point in time. So, but yeah, there's no audio transmission coming from Sir Randall of Closet's house.
As long as he doesn't come out the closet.
Yeah. You're going to come out of the closet. Let us know.
All right, let's see.
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay.
You're back.
All right.
You're back. Is that?
Yeah. So I turn up. I have two browsers. I have the Restream, and I have the
YouTube.
my PC. Yeah. So I muted both of them.
Oh,
Well, it worked.
It worked.
it worked real good. So your mute function works good. We got 25 people on here. Jeff and Leslie are here. It's good to, like I said, always good to see Chuck and Maribel here. We wish you well. I hope things are going well. You got the holiday sneaking up on everybody here. Everybody's trying to probably plan their Christmas dinner and who they're going to have over or who they're going to not invite this year, depending on the situation. I have a few more. This is the last round of Real Nikon Lover, aka Jim, sent me an email, probably at least a month ago, with old people jokes. So I've been sharing 3 or 4 old people jokes at the beginning of each show for, I think, the last month. So tonight will be the last episode of old people jokes. So I will throw a few of them out now, since we have 23 people here, and John's coming back.
Sorry.
And
Hit the wrong button.
okay. So we have joke number 1 is, and I kind of like this one. It's cute. I've reached an age, if someone tells me to wear socks, I don't have to. If you don't like my smelly feet, that's too bad. I'm not wearing my socks. You're getting
decades ago. Too much work.
Just wear flip-flops or sandals, right? No socks.
No, just sandals, just runners. They can smell what they like.
Because you're getting old when everything hurts, and what doesn't hurt doesn't work. Oh man. Obviously, these jokes are written by people that have gotten old enough to know all this stuff is true.
Yeah.
Now,
some are really funny.
Yeah. Now this one makes sense. It makes you think for like a half a second, and then the light bulb goes off. The idea is to die young as late as possible.
I'm going to live forever or die trying.
The idea is to die young. That one I kind of like.
I like that one.
And the last one, I will apologize ahead of time as if this offends any female viewers. I didn't write the jokes. I'm just reading them. It says, grandchildren don't make a man feel old. It's the knowledge that he's married to a grandmother that does. I think that's a perfect joke to end the series of old people jokes on the show here. And Greg says, always have to write down a joke, too old to remember them.
That's bad.
Just remember, there's 2 things you don't want to ever forget. There's only 2 dates in your life that you have to remember if you're married. That is when you got married and your wife's birthday. As long as you remember those 2 things, you have a chance of maybe making it to old age. But if you forget either one of those,
or her name,
no guarantee. Oh yeah, or you call her the wrong name. Oh my goodness, you're really.
Can you imagine that in public? This is her my wife, my mum.
I know there was a comment here earlier about. Let me back up and see it. Wow,
I wanted to apologize to Rakesh because I got him mixed up with Frames TM.
Oh, geez.
I
Uh-oh.
started calling Frames. Hey, Rakesh, how you doing? He goes, who?
So this is a comment from Woody earlier when the show started, and we'll kind of talk about this a little bit. And I kind of have a, I know I'm going to come across like I'm picking on Nikon rumors, and believe me, I mean, it's funny how the rumor sites, whether it be Nikon rumors, Sony rumors, Fuji rumors, I'm sure there's probably an Olympus rumors. I've never looked for it, but I'm sure there is one. Drive so much of the content that a lot of YouTubers, reference what they share on their channels, and because they figure, hey, people might find some of that stuff interesting. But unfortunately, I think people tend to forget that they're all rumor channels, and I think sometimes the people who do the rumor channels forget that they're a rumor channel. And case in point is the discussion on the now discussion on the Z6 III, and I wrote myself a note here, and I said, I mentioned it last week. I said, I write, oh golly gee, after trashing those who speculated about a Z6 III or a Z7 III, Nikon rumors now states the previously rumored Nikon high-speed camera will be a new Z6 III, and then they list the specs. So I don't know, the way he worded it is like, okay, so maybe now there is no high-speed Z9 that's going to come out to compete with the Sony A9 III. It doesn't appear that Canon rumors has said that Canon has no intention of coming out with a global shutter anytime soon. So it's just kind of interesting how all this falls, and I think sometimes the rumor channels forget that they're a rumor channel because everybody had it right to their opinion. It's all speculation. Everybody's just, looking at what Nikon has done historically and the time frame between upgrades and camera bodies or whatever, and making their best guess estimate and talking about that it is really time for a Z6 III or Z7 III to come out this coming spring, which was something that right, wrong, or indifferent, I was strongly opinionated about that, and now at least the Z6 III, he seems to be getting information to kind of go along with that assumption. Now, some of the specs, I didn't see any specs. There's so little that came out. I didn't see anything that's making me jump out of my shorts, if you know what I mean. It's just like, okay, it's like the most minimalist stuff, a new 24.5 megapixel BSI sensor. That doesn't rock my socks. I think most people were hoping at least the megapixels would go up to 33 megapixels. And then there's,
I like the dynamic range in that of the ZF.
But they're saying better ergonomics compared to the Z6, that the body size is going to be between the Z6 and the Z8, a little bigger than the Z6, a little smaller than the Z8. 6K ProRes raw video support. 6K video would be great, although they don't comment whether that's in camera or not. I'm assuming that it will be, but they don't really say. Pixel shift, okay, if you like that kind of thing. A very angle LCD screen, okay, does that mean it's going to have the same screen that's in a ZF? Maybe.
Probably.
I don't know.
It'll be ZF based anyway.
Yeah. Higher frames per second versus Z6 II. Okay, that's not any stretch of the imagination either. Nikon Z8 or similar focusing system. That's a given. If you put it in a ZF and you're going to charge $500 more for a Z6 III, supposedly, at that $2,500 price point, you darn well better have a similar autofocus system to a Z8 or a Z9. If the ZF outperforms the Z6 III, then there's a problem, right? It doesn't make any sense. So one would expect that. mechanical and electronic shutter. Now,
Standard.
yeah, and they're saying it's going to be. I talked about the body size, so I guess Mike, tell me what you guys think. I mean, if they're talking about the body size being bigger, that could be to reduce overheating when shooting video. You got a little more mass with the body. Will they put in a different battery size in the camera? I don't know. Will they put in 2 CFEB cards where they need a little more room to put in the 2 CFEB cards, or is it going to be 1 CFEB and 1 SD? What do you guys think?
I think you get one of each, like the Z8.
One of each.
I like the size of the Z8 best, though. It's a nice size. Anything small is too small for my hands.
I mean, I think that part of making it bigger might be for heat dissipation, as well as ergonomics. A little bit with ergonomics too. But you know, I mean, that's really all they said. So it's like, you know, they don't specifically mention what the frame rate's going to be, other than faster. They don't talk about memory cards. They don't talk about improved IBIS. Are they going to put in a similar IBIS system that they put in the ZF, which is right now the best IBIS system in any of the Z cameras, period? Are they going to carry that over into a Z6 III? I don't know. They didn't comment on that. Now, I guess my question is, I got the dog bothering me here, so I apologize. Patches, you're definitely, Santa's watching you, Patches. You better behave.
Be nice if the Z6 III had 2 USB ports, though. 2 USB ports would make it very handy for interneting and stuff.
Yep.
Now, do you think? I always had the opinion, because you know, many of us have talked about, you know, that 45.7 megapixels, 50 megapixels range is really ideal for video and stills, that you don't really need to go higher than that. So I guess I've always been of the opinion, or making the assumption, that if you have a Z6 III, you'll have a Z7 III. But when I think about it, if you don't bump the megapixels higher, then I don't see the point of making a Z7 III at all. Because otherwise, how much difference is it going to be versus a Z8?
The only useful more megapixels would be for landscapes, but there's too many drawbacks going above 50 megapixels. If you need something more than 50 megapixels, I always say go medium format.
Yeah, and John, and both of you guys have John, you and Roy have digital medium format cameras, or digital backs, correct?
Yeah, different eras though. Mine's an old era one. This is a new era one.
Yeah. I the only medium format I have is old film ones. They're with no digital backs.
I don't use it much anymore. It's just easier just to grab the Z9 or the Z8.
I got enough Nikon bodies. You know, I got 9, 8, ZF, Z. I got enough. I don't think I'll get a 6.
You can't have too many.
John, you got to do a spoof. You just said you have too many Nikon bodies. Therefore, you have to do a spoof and put some Nikon bodies in the back of a truck, put some ketchup on them, and say you got a picture of some more bodies, but they're Nikon bodies. That would
but
be
they
a
don't
funny
die.
video.
Hey, Nikon bodies don't die.
I was about to say that.
They just come back from the dead, right? They just like zombies.
They just fade away.
Zombie cameras. we have wait, I see a Canadian. Uh-oh. We should leave him off, I think. I don't know. Is this the international show? I think it is. I think we'll have to let Joe on. Joey.
G'day, Joe.
Joe, good to see you, man.
Hey, we got to pick on you a little bit, buddy. My wife isn't next to me. I got to pick on somebody.
Be worse if
Hey,
she was
did you
next to
see
you. We'd
Tony
steal it.
Northrup? Tony Northrup and his wife gave Nikon double thumbs up.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
I was
They,
shocked.
they
What a
must
wanker.
have gotten in. They must have gotten in bad graces with Sony or Canon. Maybe that's a sign when they're in trouble with another brand. Is all of a sudden they talk about Nikon nicely again.
Just more
Pentax
clickbait.
will bring them on, no problem.
It's I think I saw a thumbnail that Frames did where he had Tony Northrup's face with devil ears and a red eye, but I didn't watch it.
I did for the first 2 minutes.
For 2 minutes.
Then it got boring.
Yeah, some of the content lately is. I don't know.
I tell you, my ZF is the go-to camera. I just can't stop picking it up.
Just feels nice,
There's
doesn't
something
it?
about that. It's just magical.
I'm
I just
waiting for the Z6
keep grabbing
III
it.
to tell me whether to buy it.
Roy, that camera is just. I
It
just keep
does.
grabbing that thing.
It does. It looks very cute. Very much like a
I went to the camera shop yesterday, and they had 10 ZFs piled up.
Well, they
sold.
None of which were for the Northrups.
Yeah.
I saw that too, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see any Tony addresses.
They didn't have the Tony Northrup edition.
The one marked 666.
Yeah. 666.
Champagne colored.
The ZF 666.
One in the back corner that's soulless colored, kind of just a grayscale. Yeah.
Damien.
Yeah. Well, the Omen. The Omen. Well, they're saying, Nikon rumors are saying the ZF's the best selling camera out there right now, and it's still back ordered in Japan through May in some of their stores. And remember, this is the camera. The thing that cracks me up the most is this is the camera that most of the people in the YouTube community did not want to see.
We'll have to buy one for Chuck.
Exactly.
They did not want to see it. Well, let's put it this way: one of two conditions. Some of them didn't want to see it at all, and some of them didn't want to see it till way after the Z6 III and the Z7 III came out. And I expressed my opinion that I didn't think Nikon had the manufacturing capability at the time to do a Z6 III, Z7 III together like they typically have done within a month of each other, and that they might have had a little extra manufacturing capability. So why not slip in that ZF camera and make some people happy? And it's obviously making more than some people happy. It's making pretty much everybody happy, including me. I got one. If initially I'm like, I was like Menza. I was like, I'm not so sure. Then when the real specs came out, not the preview specs that didn't give you a lot of information like what you're seeing now with the Z6 III, when the real meat and potato specs came out, I said, you know what? That's 99% of what I want. I'm going for it. And I'm happy I did. I really like it. Just like John says, it's
and the price point. The price point is just great. They just nailed it. And that guy, what's his name? The guy from sunny Southwest Florida. What's his name? I can't remember.
Todd.
He just had he just loves his ZF. What's that photographer's name?
I'm trying to think of who you're talking about.
He's that architect photographer down in sunny Southwest Florida. I can't remember. Oh, Darren Miles.
Okay.
I just saw it this morning. He loves his ZF. He says the colors and everything is just spectacular.
I'm seeing let's see. This is from Greg. I think Tony and Chelsea are being nice to get new Nikon gear. Yeah. It's that time of year. Do a little kissing. Doing a little kissing. And maybe
You know, we'll leave.
maybe somebody will help you out, right? Oh man. Oh, Sanjit's in. Sanjapal's in here. Good morning to you.
Sanjit's here.
Albert, good to see you. Good to see you guys. I mean, Sanjit, I hope you're giving yourself a little bit of rest for the holidays. It doesn't seem like you take much of a break, my friend.
I saw him the other day at the coffee shop for about 5 minutes.
Oh, he actually has time to drink coffee, huh?
Yeah, he was there with his wife. It was good to see him.
Now, Joe, I'm assuming that you have been flying over neighborhoods with your drone and capturing some illegal footage that you can't share on the channel. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just I'm all about that creepy drone life. No, actually, I haven't been doing a lot of flying lately. It's work's been really, really busy. A lot of stuff we have in market right now. So just been trying to keep my head down, getting after all that. I got a new Pro Mist filter that just got delivered a couple days ago there. So I'm going to be doing a review of that here this week coming up. And I also got some exciting news. Panasonic will actually be helping support me a little bit on my channel. So they're going to be sending me a gear package here in the new year to do a bunch of reviews on a bunch of stuff. Then we'll be doing a thank you. Yeah, I am very stoked on it. Their team
That's
here.
cool. That's cool.
Thanks. Yeah. We've got a video we're doing. It's going to be called The Safe Adventurer. And it's going to be the idea of you see these incredible photos people get hiking in the backcountry in the Canadian Rockies. But what can you actually just get from side of the road near your car just by changing focal lengths? So we're going to be showing a variety of L mount glass that way. And then we'll also be filming it on, I think probably a G9, but I haven't gotten confirmation yet on what that rental is going to be. But we'll be having some fun stuff coming out there and just kind of getting ready for January on that one. So we'll just do a few gear reviews between now and the end of December. But other than that, it's going to be pretty quiet.
Well, congratulations to you. I mean, I tell you, I wish they would give more gear to people that actually use the gear rather than just talk about the gear. And you're going to be using the stuff, so your opinion is going to be more valuable, and they need to do that. They need to put gear in the hands of the everyday Joe, no pun intended, everyday Joe. I should call you that, everyday Joe. We'll call you the everyday Joe. And so we look forward to what you find out. And to answer Israel's question, I'm gonna lower my egg head. Look at the point of my head as I go down, and you'll see the ZF in the sunset orange color. So yeah, I got the sunset orange is the one that I got. But so cool. I usually hide it with my noggin, with my head.
Yeah, I went in the shop to buy one of those, and that's the only color. That and black's the only color they have.
Egghead.
Yeah, I look like Humpty Dumpty. My wife says, look like Humpty Dumpty. So if you need an egg shot, I will loan you my likeness for a fee if you want to use it for caricatures or jokes or something.
Doesn't work.
Send me a check. I'll send you a file.
Your head's going to be an NFT.
Samsung keeps replacing your face with the moon.
Don't get me started, man.
I always wanted to have my face on the moon and do those commercials where I could say, "Behold, the power of cheese."
Oh no!
I always like those commercials.
I don't know if you guys got them down in the States there, but there was this whole dairy ad they did a few years back here in Alberta. I think it was for the dairy farmers of Alberta, and it said, "Eat more chicken," and the chicken was misspelled, and the cows kept holding these signs up trying to get people to eat more chicken.
Oh, I think that's the ad campaign for what in the heck is it? Doggone it. It's a famous fast food restaurant down here in the South.
KFC.
Chick-fil-A.
Ooh, that's cool. They did that too.
Chick-fil-A signs. Eat. It says they hold up sign. Cow, eat more chicken. I think they spell it CHIKEN or something. You know,
Yeah, chicken. Yeah, eat more chicken.
chicken. Emphasis on the Ken. Chicken.
Chicken.
But I don't know if anybody got a green one. Did what color, Randall? What color ZFs did you get? Because you got like
Well,
two.
I got two blacks. I was looking at getting the color ones, but they were out for a while. They're now back in stock, but I got other stuff instead. You know, I waited for such a long time for the ZF, and I had to buy stuff to keep me happy. So
Randall, you collect ZFs?
I have two,
Two.
and I have
One
two
for each
Canon.
eye?
In fact, I have all the mirrorless cameras for Nikon.
He likes to have one in each hand, one on a head mount, a couple on his chest. And I don't know where he puts the rest of them.
One in the
Wow,
car,
Randall, you're
one in the trunk, one in the studio.
Hardcore. Gee, Randall, two of them. One for each
And
eye.
I have a let's see, a Mikey ETZ adapter with a Sony lens on my Z6 II right now.
Oh my God.
I got the 24 millimeter. I'm trying that out.
Yeah, surprises me how they're so flexible now.
Yeah.
Any lens on any camera, nearly,
Yeah.
especially on
Hey,
Nikons.
Jeff, did you get the link I sent you via email of the Fuji thing last Sunday? Last Saturday. Well, your Saturday. You were trying to that Fujifilm ad I was in.
Oh no, I didn't. If you sent it, I didn't notice it, or I didn't see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I sent it to you because on Facebook. Are you on Facebook?
No, I'm not on Facebook.
Okay.
Well, I
Otherwise,
shouldn't say that. I signed up for Facebook for one reason and one reason only, was when I had my thing going on with the park and I wanted to tell the real story.
Right.
But I don't actively go on it or check it,
because that's the only way you could see it.
Okay. But I mean, I could go on again. I do have an account now. I just
okay.
don't. I don't even let my kids sign up with me.
Oh.
My kids send me likes, and I go, I don't like you. I'm not going on Facebook for you.
You know, Instagram.
I'm only kidding about not liking my kids. I just don't. I'm not a big Facebook fan. That's all.
Jeff, my dad's the same way. Like,
Instagram had that Fujifilm Malaysia. They had this my documentary or what ad on there, and I had some photographs, and then IG took it down, and Fuji couldn't understand why they took it down. Was it music? Was it this or that? And then finally found out that I had two pictures taken in Mongolia of a silhouette of people walking in front of a building that looked dilapidated, right? You know, and just beat up. And they said they took it down because it's politically incorrect. It looks too much like Gaza. I said, oh my God. I mean, it's just a weathered building, you know, in Mongolia.
Every city in the United States has buildings falling apart. Every single place I could go.
Yeah. It's just too much.
It's just way too much. That's just being. Oh God, that's horrible. That's horrible. But yeah, that's when we start getting to that point.
Yeah.
You know, I give
up. On the other side of the planet.
Yeah.
Well, John, I mean, even here in Canada, they passed that bill there that would have required news outlets to pay. I think was what it was in order to post articles on like social media and stuff. So now, like any news outlet that you want to look at on social, like you can't see it. Like it's gone.
Really?
It's it's the weirdest thing because like Google and like some of the other groups were like, okay, well, we're not going to pay the government to like post stuff, so now news outlets can't post on social media. I don't know exactly how it worked, but it's like the weirdest thing ever. And like everyone's like, why are you like this, Trudeau, true daddy, true bro? Can we just, you're
I
already
wanted to ask
taxing us so
you.
much."
I wanted to ask the Canadians: is it true that Canada does not have freedom of speech in the Constitution, like the U.S. that has the First Amendment?
We've got something called the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, pretty similar there, and I believe freedom of speech is in that. Let me have a look. Charter.
Just curious.
Yeah,
Somebody mentioned it.
I hear that every Canadian gets a free roll of duct tape.
I
like that.
Yeah, no, I think we do have the freedom to speech. I mean, like we complain about all sorts of stuff. So no, definitely, yeah. People love to have their input on everything. You know, there's a joke. An American comes up to go lobster fishing with a Canadian in Nova Scotia, and he looks over at the Canadian bucket, and it's just open. And he says, "Hey, like, aren't the lobsters gonna climb out and get free?" And he said, "Oh no, these are Canadian lobsters. Every time one gets higher than the rest, all the other ones are just gonna pull them down." And that's very true to our political system. Like, yeah, no, and I mean, even our political system though as a whole, like, our Conservative Party is about as right wing as the Democrats. Right, like the whole system's just a bit further left, I would say, to the U.S. And it's funny because, you know, obviously you get the two conservative and liberal party just going at it every day. And, you know, the liberals are calling the Conservative Party, you know, fascists. And you get the liberals calling the conservatives calling the liberals communists. It's just like, can we just get lower taxes and better health care? Like,
Yeah.
I think that's all we're after here.
Hey, I'm going to throw up a reminder early, and I'll throw the reminder up first here. Okay, January 6th, you know, so people don't forget because of the holidays. January 6th, photo review, send in your images. I've gotten 12 images so far from some people already. So send them in early. That way you're not panicking because you've got all these parties to go to for between New Year's and Christmas. So do it now and get it off your plate and say, okay, sent my pictures in. I'm good to go. Don't wait till the last minute, folks. We would appreciate a timely flood of photos. And
preferably not during the parties you're going to. We don't want the focus to be completely off.
Depends on what sort of party.
Chuck said, here's let me get rid of this here quick and throw up Chuck's question here to me. And no, Chuck, I was not planning on doing anything on Christmas Eve or Christmas. I'm kidding. We will have one on the 23rd. That's close enough. And I want to still be married. So I do not believe I'll be doing an extra special one just before or the day before Christmas. My general health is too important to me. And Chuck is saying he's thinking of doing something himself. Well, Chuck, let's put it this way: if you pop something on, send me an invite, and if I could pop on and join you for a short period of time, I will be happy to do that.
And for 10 minutes.
And I want to, and plus, you know, we got to make sure that you remember how to hit the buttons on your fancy doohickey there that you got on your desk. You know, we got to make sure that you're all limbered up. You crack your fingers. You crack your knuckles. You're all ready to go, and you know.
How do I turn it on?
That would be, remember how to turn it on. And if you know, they say if you build it, they will come. Well, if you do a live stream, people will show up. People will show up.
I will barricade myself in this room and defend myself from family to join.
No, that would be
What
cool.
family?
I got my future brother-in-law flying in, so he's going to be coming in here on Saturday, and then Christmas Eve. You know, everyone's got different traditions. Ours is going to a Harry Potter themed bar. That is a thing, and it is magical. There is shisha, and they have all these like drinks aglow and all this stuff, and they've got wall-to-wall TVs playing Harry Potter, and then one Harry Potter song followed by a whole bunch of Flow Rida. It's amazing.
I like how you said it's magical.
I wouldn't say it's amazing.
Oh, it's great.
I've
Yeah,
got
no,
other
I
words
love
for it.
Yeah, no, the food's actually not half bad either. Like I thought the
That's
food
the
was
main
going to
thing.
be like medieval times, but like it was actually edible. It's good.
Edible food's good.
It is good. Yeah, it's good to not die. Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to throw this out for you guys on the panel, and I'll mention it if we get any other people that come on tonight on the panel. Would you be willing to send in a couple of your favorite pictures from 2023 that maybe I can share with everybody on next Saturday's live stream, being the last one before Christmas? And that would kind of be our little holiday thank you to all those people that are in the chat, that we can maybe pick out, you know, no more than let's just say, you know, pick out 2 images that you really personally liked a lot that you took during the year, and that you might want to share. Think about it. Let me know. Send me an email. See if you're willing to do it or not. If I get enough pictures in from people, then, you know, we'll do a half hour mini photo sharing from people on the panel to everybody else, as just a thank you to those that tolerate those of us that are on your computer screen right now talking to you.
We are here to not get to the bottom of any of the important topics, and we will talk around in circles for all of it for hours, and you can't stop
And we
us.
do.
Yeah,
We are the voices in the back of your head.
Yes. Well, sometimes I got to put a hat on because I don't like what the eye is seeing that's on the back of my head, so I have to put a hat on and cover it up.
Oh my God, that hat is beautiful. I don't know why we are just seeing this now.
Oh, wow.
That is the face of reason. That is the face of someone lining up to get multicolored ZFs.
Oh, you're standing? Hey, John, you got to show that to where'd John go? John, we don't have a body, but we have a head.
I love that.
I just put him up when I do a slip off the screen. No one notices.
You got to bring your helmet out for those birds that do swoop during breeding season.
It's that time of year. November in Australia is bird. We're just finishing that, and all the magpies attack everything. Dogs, cats, people.
You got to show it again. John's back here. You got to let John see it. John, pay attention to the screen.
My stand.
Roy found a head from one of your bodies.
Oh yeah, it looks familiar.
Yeah, you know, it's funny how they get that bleached look when they've been sitting out in the sun too long.
Where'd you get that hat?
Well, that's something I wear if I go in the sun.
Oh. You know, speaking of that hat, when my dad was in Vietnam, he had some work to do with the Australian Army, and so he brought me back one of these Australian, they call it go to hell hats. Huh? What
it's called a Kubra. It's made of rabbit skin.
No, it was a camouflage hat that they wore in Vietnam.
Yeah,
and it says Vietnam on it. So my old man got it for me when he was working with them in Vietnam. Hey, sorry I had to go out and I had to talk to my cousin from Chicago.
Now it's a lot cooler in Chicago than it is where you are, I'm sure.
Oh my God, yeah. He says it's freezing. Funny guy.
We'll say hi to Robert Daniels is joining us, and he's saying that he is in Bermuda.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, I always wanted to go there. Pink sand.
Pink sand, yeah. Pink
Is that what I heard?
Pink sand and little tar balls. Little tar balls.
Really?
Yeah.
Tar balls.
Yep. Very small tar balls. Yeah. Unless they're gone. They were there when I went in. They were there when I went in the 70s. Anyway, there were tar balls that would be in there, probably from oil spills and stuff like that off
I didn't know
out in the ocean that kind of coagulated, and some of them get washed up on the beach. Gustavo has been traveling. He may be able to join us tonight. I'm not sure if I'll have to look back at his email he sent me. I'm not sure if he's going to be home tonight or he's going to be somewhere where he might be able to join us later tonight. So he's doing fine. He's out shooting. He's out taking pictures. He was out in California, and he's going to different places taking pictures. So good for him. Robert Daniels is saying he hopes he sees the 180 to 600 under the tree.
That's a great lens. I mean, look at the 600 as well. That's a even sharper lens.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain. You get that for a gift. You gotta hug Mrs. Claus, as they say.
Oh yeah. Nice piece of glass, but definitely not maybe the most budget-friendly Xmas present.
Yeah.
But
I think the 180 to 600 is very well priced.
Oh yeah, I think of the 600
200 to 500 that people used to buy.
Yeah.
The 180 600 is pretty good price.
I got a funny comment on my last video from a gentleman named Gray Matheson, and so he comments on the video, and I don't know if you guys watched it or not, but he just says, seeing the ibis wading smoothly through the water, I realized they had in-body image stabilization long before the Z8 and the Z9. Get it? Ibis, IBIS. That's the name of the bird. In-body image stabilization.
Yeah. That's right. Ibis is a bird.
Ibis is a bird. Yes, it is. Right. They had, I'm going to put up on the screen here. So I'm sure there are some macro-centric people in the chat, or people that like to dabble with with macro. So I'm going to share.
Which one, the 105 or the 50?
No, it's not even a lens. Not even a lens.
Wow.
I'm going to share a sale that B&H has on a focusing rail kit.
Oh, yeah.
And it's kind of interesting because it has both a 4-inch focusing rail and a 7-inch focusing rail that can be used in tandem or individually. And the piece that you see on the top rotates 360 degrees for orientation so you can orientate your camera body any way you want on that rail. And the rail is Arca Swiss compatible. So basically the rail will mount on your tripod head, and then you put your camera on that top piece, and you can rotate the camera 360 degrees around, and then you have a geared mechanism to allow you to pinpoint focus on your subject. Because sometimes, if you're hand holding and you're doing macro and you're doing manual focus, it can be a little frustrating, and sometimes you basically move your body a little bit forward or a little bit backward to try to get it like as perfect as you can. But if you're lucky enough where you're taking pictures where they let you use a tripod, then a geared system is a very cool thing to use. And so for 136 bucks basically for a 4-inch and a 7-inch rail, along with the clamp on the top for your for your lens foot, is a pretty good deal, I thought.
Depends on how smooth it is.
Yeah.
Some a bit rougher than others.
Yeah.
My motor's gone on mine. I've got to get a new one.
But anyway, I thought I would throw that up there if anybody is into that kind of stuff. I mean, I do macro once in a while. It's not my pedigree per se, but I do enjoy doing it when I have the opportunity. Unfortunately, like I said, the area that lends itself best for the use of that lens doesn't allow tripods, so it makes it a little bit difficult. You know, I'm sure Jeff and Leslie, when Jeff and Leslie go out and they're doing their videos and they're walking through the woods and they have open areas and they get a lot of those, either close up photography and or macro shots that they take. They like doing flowers a lot. Yeah, you're out in the open like that. You're able to set it up and no one's going to say, hey, somebody might trip over that. You can't do that. You go in a public place, a botanical gardens or whatever, and then all of a sudden they get stingy on you and they don't want you to have anything that may cause people to have to walk around you or inconvenience anybody else. So they don't let you use them in some places. So here's Jim here. I'll throw this up. Question for Roy: Which one for his bag? 24-120 or 24-200?
No comparison. 24-120. The 24-200 is nowhere near as good.
Yeah,
Might have a longer reach, but it's nowhere near as good a lens. 24-120 is a good lens.
Is the 24-200 isn't an S series anyway, is it?
No, I don't think so.
It's not an S series lens. The 24-120 is, and I have that lens. I can only speak for that lens, and that's one of my favorite lenses I own by far.
Compared to the old G lens, the old AFS one,
it's phenomenal for
straight ahead
travel and street photography and family photos and stuff like that. It's absolutely killer. It's a killer of a lens, right, John?
A good general purpose
man,
lens.
I tell you, that is the best deal. And especially they package it as a kit lens. It's the ultimate.
The 24-200's got a nice reach, but it's nowhere near in the same league.
Oh, is that right, Roy?
Yeah.
I was wondering. Yeah. Man, I love it.
Yeah.
Love it. They call me Planner Boy now.
Planner Boy.
I love that planner. If you need a prime 135, that's a brilliant lens. One of the best I've ever used in any system.
It's the finest lens. I've used hundreds of lenses, like whatever, and this is the finest lens I have ever used in my life, Jeffrey. I mean, it is right, Roy. It is just like
it's outstanding.
Drop jaw every time. Take a picture
Most
of a
people don't need a 135, but if you do, that's the way to go.
Oh, it's just
it's on my list. It's on my list for next year.
It's just drop jaw.
Even though, I mean, not that I don't do portraits per se, but I mean, still, even for street photography, if I'm taking a picture of like someone doing a musical thing, like you get a performing artist on the streets, playing a guitar or whatever. I mean, that would be a great lens for that type of thing too.
Diana and I the other night tested a 75 Leica Noct 1.25, which is $15,000.
Yeah.
A Voigtlander 1.0 VM. The Plana and some other lens. There was like $50,000 worth of lenses, and the Plana came out the best.
It's not just
even the Leica,
the look of it.
Full open, the bouquet balls look like onion, a cat eye, right?
Yeah.
The Voigtlander, as good as it is, it's hexagon.
Yes, not enough blades.
Not enough blades. Oh, Roy, you gonna grab it again?
Yep.
Here we go.
Planner somewhere there.
Planner.
I tell you, that lens is. I don't know what kind of magic dust that they put in that thing.
Just a lovely lens.
Especially you take the lens hood off, and it's just killer.
I always have the lens hood on because I don't like flare of any sort.
Yeah, I mean just for display, but look at that beauty.
Yeah.
Beautiful lens. Bit big and heavy, but a lovely lens.
See, endorsed by Roy, RB himself.
Hi, Roy. You can get the Roy. If you want to get your Plena lens through Roy, he will sign it for you and send it to you for an additional $500. It's very reasonable.
That's one of my. If that had come out before the 85, I wouldn't have got the 85.
There.
But wait, that's not all. Act now, and you'll throw in an amazing sun-bleached, amazing camo hat with a very creepy mannequin head in tow.
Yeah, Roy's a camo dude.
The only reason I have the head is because if you're setting up for a portrait and that, you need something to sort of stand in till they get there.
Well, you know what? I was going to ask you if you ever use either a mannequin or a styrofoam head or something like that for any kind of lighting setups ahead of time.
I do. If I'm in an unfamiliar place, I'll use this because you can set up the lighting before the client gets there and you know it's right. Whereas if you do it while the client's there, you're wasting their time.
So do they have like a store like Styrofoam Heads Are Us or something that you go to get
off eBay about $5, I think, or less. That's the second one. First one got squashed.
First one got. Oh, that one didn't fall off the cliff.
No,
like your light stand did.
I think someone sat on it.
So Chuck's saying he's going to be on 7:00. Be there or be square. 7:00 p.m.
What, tonight?
Yeah, no, I think Christmas.
Yeah, COC.
Okay.
I'm not trying to figure out what he means by COC. I don't know if it's Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, but
COC.
He might be
What is it?
swearing at you or something.
he could be. Yeah, he could be calling me a name. I'm not going to read it.
Maybe it's the Dutch spelling.
How do they say that in Canada?
Oh, we don't say that word in Canada. We're sorry.
Great restaurant near here, just opened. It's called Cock and Bull.
Oh yeah.
I like it just for the name.
I went to a restaurant
Well,
when I was in Connecticut, a month or so ago, when I missed a couple weekend shows, and my brother-in-law took me there the last night before I flew home, and instead of being called the Corner Pub, it was called the Corner Pug, and inside of the restaurant had all these dog pictures of pugs everywhere. It was pretty funny. It was a cute. It was a good restaurant, but called the Corner Pug, Pug. I thought that was kind of neat what they did.
Randall, that autofocus was magical. It was like,
I know, was it?
it was like old school. I loved it. But Roy, when I went to Australia when I was in high school, the family, host family I was staying with was kind enough to take us to Sydney, and they were like, oh, like, let's just get the bus to like the hop on, hop off bus tour. And that's going to be the way we get around Sydney. And I eventually ended up kind of memorizing it because we rode around the city like for 2 days on this hop on, hop off tour. And my favorite part, I won't do the Australian accent. Don't worry, Roy. I won't do you dirty like that. But my favorite part is when they got, I think they called it was like the doldrums or something. They get to like the oldest part of Sydney. They're like, well, this is the oldest part of Sydney. It was home to rapists, murderers, and thieves. So we decided to preserve it. I was just like, this.
Of course, that's very Australian.
Oh, it was great. I was like, I'm home. The humor, it was so dry and it was awesome.
We could have something to look back on.
Yeah.
You know where I used to stay? I used to stay in Wollongong.
There's a nice hotel there.
Yeah. Jim says his son-in-law's boat's called the Pug Tug.
You have to watch how that's taken, wouldn't you?
I had 3 pugs one time.
Mm.
You know, my one of my father's colleagues used to have these 2 pugs, and they would I don't know, he like, you know, you have someone that like they're like your wife gets you to get a pet and like you're not really behind it. Well, he pretended to hate these dogs to the end of their lives. But I remember I went over there one time. He said, "Hey, watch these stupid things," and he dragged his food across this glass table, and the 2 pugs smushed their faces on the underside of the table and just started following it. So every time they had the cleaning lady come over, they had to do both sides of this table. It's just a glorious breed of dog. I love pugs.
Yeah, got character.
Yoda.
Oh yeah.
Here, he says their other boat was called Aquaholic. Lots of laughs. A lot of people had on that boat. The Aquaholic. Hey, for those of you looking for some interesting, I stumbled across this, which some of you might have. I mean, I don't shoot Sony, but that does not mean I don't talk about Sony a little bit. They got a great deal on if you have a Sony camera and you want a backup camera or a second camera, they got the A7 III right now, $700 off. You can get it for like $1,298, and that's a decent
camera better than the 5.
You know, that's a good camera for $1,298. I mean, if you're into Sony and you want an extra body, I mean, you might want to look into that. And then for those of you that are entry level Nikon photographers just getting into it, you can save $250 on the Z30 Creators Kit. So if you're doing vlogging and that type of stuff, or filming yourself doing food recipes and sharing it on YouTube or some other social media type of channel, you can get that kit for basically $750 now for a Z30 Creators Kit, and that has the handle, you know, with the remote and you know, a few other options on there. It's got the little, I call it rabbit ears. I know there's not rabbit ears, but the thing to deaden the mic, the dead cat that you can put on the mic. That looks like somebody's got little earmuffs on. But you know, hey, that's a good deal if you're just looking for something for that functionality. I mean, everybody's different, and then, you know, continuing to talk Sony a little bit here. I went on Sony Rumors, and the person that does Sony Rumors really likes this Voigtlander Nocton 40 millimeter f1.2 lens, and right now until tomorrow you can get it for $750, which is $350 off the normal price. So
wow, that's a deal.
If you're looking for a real nice fast lens for your Sony E-mount, you can go on, you know, Adorama, B&H, or whatever. Look for the Voigtlander.
It's probably available for Nikon and Canon and everything as well.
$350 off till tomorrow. I'm not sure what time tomorrow it ends. I just noticed that it was only on sale till tomorrow.
Good lens.
And this is interesting for Sony folks too. They should be happy about this. Some company called Next Storage, Nextorage. They just announced the fastest CFE Type A cards for Sony. The read-write speed is 950 megabytes per second, and the minimum continuous write speed is 850 megabytes per second, which is very, very good. They're not out yet, but they're coming out soon. So
even faster than an XQD.
If you're looking for faster cards, which you may want if you go to get that A9 III when it comes out, you're going to need them. So there you go. Those might be your memory cards that you're looking to get.
Sony needs to move on from a CFA.
Oh yeah, they should have left it a long time ago. But it's just kind of like the Sony memory stick. You know, they wouldn't get rid of that either. You know, or they get hung up on something, and they wouldn't give up Betamax when Betamax didn't get embraced by the public well enough, and they hung on too long with that because they were just too stubborn to kill it. They have a record, a history of maybe not making the best decisions and then continuously sticking with it for too long.
Oh, Chuck's dropping.
Chuck, here.
Hi, Chuck.
Good night, Chuck. Have a great night.
Have a good one. Stay out of trouble, man. I'll have to call your wife and make sure you're staying out of trouble.
Or at least enjoying it.
Otherwise, Roy's going to sneak up on you in your backyard with that fancy camo hat.
Yeah. Roy will fly to the States with that hat on. Well, if he wears that hat on the plane when he hits the States, they'll probably frisk him and, think that he's a terrorist or something,
Good job I didn't show the jacket.
But so Cooley's asking, what is the shortest lens that has a rotating, well, I think he meant collar, has a rotating collar for going vertical or horizontal?
Probably about 200. A lot of the older lenses had it, but not many of the new ones.
What was the question?
What is the shortest lens, focal length lens that has a rotating collar so that you can easily go from a horizontal format to portrait, go from horizontal to vertical. The 200 millimeter lens?
70 to 200 does it.
I'm sure Roy has a few.
This one.
Oh, yeah.
What one's that?
That's a 70 to 200 Z.
70 to 200. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Hey, when's Joe? When are you coming back to Malaysia? Huh? Looking forward to it, man.
When am I coming to Malaysia? Oh man,
yeah.
I wish I could come to Malaysia soon because it's cold here, John. It's snowy.
Yeah, come on. Let me take care of you, bro.
It'd be fun. I'd love to. I think before my wedding, probably not going to be traveling anywhere. Just going to be getting ready for that, and then afterwards, I'm going to be coming to Korea actually in pretty short order because one of my buddies is getting married, so I'll probably be flying into Seoul, staying there for at least 10 days, and then maybe fly into Tokyo and go do some unwanted shopping at Shibuku, and then fly back to Calgary.
Hey, speaking of Tokyo or Japan, Jeffrey, my buddy went there, and he bought some of the coolest old Nikon gear, F gear. And
they have a lot of, although you got to be careful everywhere where you buy. They've got an awful lot of vintage cameras in Japan.
He says that he found a Nikon F with a finger advancer. Have you seen that, Roy?
A finger, hang on.
A finger advancer, the lever on the bottom of it, and you use your forefinger to advance it, kind of like the
old rangefinders.
Say what?
Rangefinders. I don't remember sitting on the F.
Yeah, this is very rare.
Wow. I guess
Randall looks like he bought himself a retirement gift, huh? M3 Max. Ooh, 36 gigabytes of RAM. Oh, that thing must be like hypersonic.
Yeah, I got it right now for with eCam, doing the virtual cams right now with the ZF.
36 gigabytes of RAM. M3 Max.
Wow.
Oh, Randall, that's your retirement gift?
Yeah, to myself, yes.
To himself,
yeah, of course.
I don't think it's
I haven't finished up with the others.
The comrades,
of course.
That's why he's streaming from the closet right now.
They got him a cake.
That's right. That's why he's streaming from the closet.
That's it. Yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah. Actually, to get that, Randall had to sell his house, and he's now in somebody else's closet in their house. So
this is what you call a real closet case, man.
Yeah.
He's moonlighting at the
I'm running
drive-thru
out of
around the
space,
corner.
so I have to put stuff in different rooms. Next thing is the toilets, but you know.
Hey, you could probably reach over and put a tie on and really impress us.
Yeah.
Yeah, soundproofing.
Randall, that's awesome.
Soundproof.
Yeah, no,
No, that's
we
great,
all-
Randall. I just got the
Congratulations.
M3 Pro the other day.
I know. I saw the video. I commented on it. Yeah.
And y'all making me feel out of date with my tiny old Mac Mini M1. It's breaking my
What do you
heart.
mean? It's plenty fast.
Yeah, it seems to run fine, but I need 32 gigs of RAM. I mean, I don't need it, but I want it. It's like
Well, I have two
injections.
M1 MacBook or M1 Mac Studios, one with 64 gigs and the other one 32, but the 64 gigs was refurbished. I got it for half price.
Wow,
That's really good.
That's a deal.
But Randall, I need you to be honest with me here. Do you buy two of everything? Because I've heard two
Yes.
ZFs,
Yes, well, if
two
something breaks
computers, and
down,
now you're living
I
in a
just take it out
closet.
of the closet.
Yeah, you see, I know one other person who does that. If it's a silver body, gotta have the black one, right? Otherwise, what's it called? OCD syndrome or something?
No. What it is OCD is
Randall
you
syndrome.
get the same color, but this way you remember. Okay, password goes to this one. Password goes to this one. You just have to remember.
Randall, all I'm hearing is you love to shop, and
See,
I
what
love that.
Randall doesn't want to admit is there are going to be some very sad people that aren't going to get their Christmas gifts from the post office this year because Randall hijacked the boxes and took them home before he retired.
Yeah, he's the one that took Tony Northrup's ZF. I knew it.
Randall is the postman who stole Christmas.
Well, now, if you look at the other way, okay, I'm not working there anymore, so service is going to go down. You may not get anything.
Randall,
As long as it doesn't go up, you'll be right.
Here. If you control the mail, you control information.
Yeah, 38 and a half years, that's enough. I served my time.
Enough,
Yeah.
38
You
and a half
get two of
years.
everything.
Jeez.
38.
What do you think? The Z5, or is it the Z50? The new law in Europe is going to take effect next year where everything has to be USB-C. So are they going to discontinue, or are they going to get an adapter to?
Z50's out of date anyway. Needs replacing.
Yeah, they're overdue to do quite a few things. Like you would think they'll come out with a Z50 Mark II at some point.
It's
It's going to be a Z50 special edition. You gotta just keep rehousing the same.
Yeah, tweak it a little bit,
But will it have a light?
It doesn't compete well with some of the other brands for the price point anymore. It would need to be upgraded.
Yeah,
flippy screen instead of a down screen, LCD screen. Yeah.
Miranda, your monitor's on your ceiling or what?
He's asking Randall if your monitor's up on your ceiling because you're looking.
So I mounted two TVs today. So I have a 43-inch right now that I'm looking at.
Oh my God.
This is the Restream. Down here is the laptop controlling the cameras and stuff. I got a 34 by 1440 big widescreen gaming monitor right here, so I can type. And then I got another PC over there to the left, and I'm watching another stream.
Oh my God!
I'm multitasking.
See,
you really did move into this closet.
I
came in with Geek Squad and just set it up.
I get the feeling that Randall doesn't like to spend a lot on heat, so he buys a lot of electronics, and that keeps the house warm.
That's right.
He's just got a crypto
clothes for insulation.
What is it, Johnson Space Center?
Yeah.
The Randall Space Center.
Randall doesn't want to tell you that he has a huge dish on the top of his roof, and he keeps sending messages out into space.
Yeah.
Randall's a hoarder house or museum.
Dark Star.
Up with Roy. Let's see.
Yeah, Roy's got all the collector vintage, and then Randall's got the future in his closet.
That's great.
Yeah, Jim's comments funny here. 38 years is a long time for going postal.
Yeah, yeah.
Randall,
think
I'm
I
not
think
anyone to
if
say
Randall
this,
hit
but thank you
39,
for
he
your
would have gone
service.
postal.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm afraid of is if I stay there too, much longer, even when I do retire, I'll still go to work. I'll be working for free. So I had to put the stops to that.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Stewart told me on the phone the other day that he was planning to retire again, but I think this is probably like the third time he'll be retiring or fourth. So I told him, David, the problem is they'll make you an offer you can't refuse, and you'll unretire and you'll go back to work again, because he likes to buy his gear too. And he says, if I'm not working, I'm not going to be able to buy any toys. So he think David, if you're listening, you think you're going to retire, but you never will.
Right.
You never
I've been
will.
trying to do it since I was 35.
Me too. I'll retire.
There was for those that follow Sony, the person who does the Sony Alpha Rumors came up with what he thinks the roadmap for Sony is for 2024, and he thinks they're going to have a new FX camera in January or February, a new ZV-E10 Mark II Series 2 camera in the spring of 2024, a new A7S IV in mid-2024, another new E-mount video focus camera in late summer, and the A1 II in November of 2024. So I didn't write it down, but he had percentages for each of those of how strongly he felt that was going to happen. But for each different item, which you can look, if you go to Sony Alpha Rumors, you can look at his percentages. But that's a lot of stuff to come out with. That's a lot of bodies to come out with. But
Sony tend to bring out a lot of bodies, though, don't they?
Sony has so many bodies now. They need to let John take out a few of them. And then there was an article on that Sony Rumors had said they said Petapixel's wrong. It's not Fuji, but Sony that's more likely to come out with a new full frame fixed lens camera. He says hoping for an RX1 camera in 2024. I wonder how well that would sell, a fixed lens full frame.
I don't think it would sell. Most Sony users are very techie types. They like their gadgets.
It's expensive. That RX was expensive.
Even used are still, they command a premium for sure. Even in Shibuku, I've been watching some guys doing some shopping there, and it's like, they're still expensive. Anyways, I gotta run, guys. Bye, guys.
Well, don't run too fast.
Oh, I won't run at all, Jeffrey. I'm going to glide.
Or get your steps. You got to get your steps in, right?
Exactly. I got to position myself well for my New Year's resolution, which I will fail and have to redo at Lunar New Year's again.
Well, hey, congratulations again about getting an affiliation with Panasonic. And are you having fun? Have you had enough time? Have you had a lot of time fooling around with the new camera? Or
oh man, I wish. Well, thanks first for the congrats. Really appreciate it. And I mean, I've definitely done honestly, not really. I haven't had much of a chance. Like I've done a couple of real estate shoots with it. I'm going to be editing those tonight actually, and it's been great. I mean, I still miss my Z6. Like I think I'm still getting used to where things live on it, like the video record button. I keep pressing the ISO button and then everything gets blown out. So, I think there's definitely a little bit to learn for me there, but I've been enjoying it a lot. And it was really cool because like I didn't think that they would be like, yeah, your idea is crazy, go for it, here's a bunch of gear you can borrow. So I'm really excited to just explore that with their team and see what we can do. And I mean, they haven't been pushing me to like say or do anything specific. It's just kind of like, here's a crazy idea. And they're like, all right, cool. We'll send you some rental lenses that are all L mount. You can just have a good time with it. So no, it's going to be fun. And I'm looking forward to sharing a bit more on my channel in the new year once I've got more of a chance. I didn't want to be one of those guys that like switches brands, then like is instantly like, this camera kills, man. I know everything about it. It's like, no, like I can't do that. Like and I won't do Nikon like that because I loved my Z6. It was never about not loving it, right? It was just about finding something in the right price.
There's too many Canon crushes this one, or Sony crushes this guy, or it's the clickbait stuff. I'm so sick of it. I don't watch. If somebody puts a clickbait title up nowadays, I don't even watch it anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, if you have to do that to get people to like what your content is, then your content isn't really that good.
Exactly. So that's why all my stuff is clickbait.
All right,
Yeah.
I gotta go too.
But
I want to go take some pictures with the plana.
the
plana.
That's a good reason.
The plana.
Plana.
I want to take some pictures with my plana.
Sounds like Donald.
Lucky.
I love my plana.
I love my plana.
Hey, well, if you're going to do that, then you should have some images to send in using
Okay,
that
I
for
will.
next month's photo review.
I want to touch my plana.
And
So good.
And Joe, I need you to poke down on Joe's head for me. Poke down on Joe's head for me, because we need to get him to share some Panasonic images.
There you go.
I will send some. I'm gonna be doing that Black Mist review here this week. The KNF one I picked up, so I'll be doing some low light with it. So I'll use the old 50-1.7 on that, and then see what we can get. Maybe get some nice neon. So yep, I will share something for sure.
That's good. Well, congrats again. I mean, I'm proud of you, guy. You're doing good. You're doing good.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. All right, guys. Cheers. Have a great night, Randall. I hope they let you out of your closet sometime soon.
That you're.
All right. Good night, guys.
Randall
see you
doesn't
next
want to
week.
have to go far to change his clothes.
Oh, my neck hurts watching you, Randall. All right, guys. Have a good night.
Good night.
John, have a good one, man.
I'll see you. I'll see you New Year, not New Year's Eve. Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, 24th.
Okay. All right, guys. Take care.
Take it easy.
Bye, John.
Plana boy out.
Oh,
Run a boy out.
well, I know I got good news for you. The teleconverter will not work with the Plana. So don't try it.
That's sacrilege anyway.
See, Nikon was not going to allow you to commit sacrilege like that, so they made sure it would not work.
Very well done too.
But I got the 1 1/4 now, and the 1.4 and 2 teleconverters. So I finally got those,
Yes,
and it's great.
they're really good teleconverters, but I
Yeah.
just don't like teleconverters.
Well, the 600 has a teleconverter built into it, and
Yeah, but that's different. That's optimized for the
Yeah.
lens.
yeah,
That's the difference. That's why you're paying all that money.
yeah.
It's optimized for that lens. We got Sanjit saying to John, he needs new profile pics in the jungles. Bring the Plana. Yeah, tell John you gotta have that 135, and you gotta get close enough to that gorilla to make it look good. And let's see if John. We'll see if John can do that without running away from the gorilla. That picture that you submitted, Sanjit, last photo review. I think it was, you had the orangutan, and
Yeah.
that's another creature that, don't underestimate the strength of an orangutan. Let me tell you. I mean, that get that close, you got to be a little nervous, I would think.
And a good runner.
Good run, yeah, which rules me out because bad knees. I don't run too fast.
That's okay. Everyone will take you with them.
Yeah. I tell my wife, if you want to see me, if you want to have a funny YouTube video, you film me running. I says, and the only way you're going to see me running if somebody's chasing after me with a knife in their hand. That's the only way I'm going to run.
The 135 can get the image real close. Now I like the 105 macro, but I was watching the guy from Oregon, Hudson.
Oh,
He's doing
Henry
now.
Hudson Henry.
Yeah.
I always switch his name backwards, you know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
always say Henry Hudson instead of Hudson Henry.
Yeah.
You know.
So he has the 100, and then he has the Plena, okay, and then he has the 180 to 600 on his camera, and then he has he's carrying the 100 to 400 also. I said, well, if you have the 180 to 600, and you already have the 105 and then the Plena, you don't need the 100 to 400, but
Well,
that's what he's planning to take with him.
the 100 to
100
400 is an S series lens, though. It's going to be sharper than the 180 to 6.
He'll probably take the 1.4 teleconverter.
Oh yeah, it'll take a tele.
Yeah, you get.
But I don't use teles much either.
No. I think the 180 to 600 is as sharp as the 100 to 400 anyway. 600 is a bit sharper, the new PF. I had to play with that the other day, and that's very impressive.
Well, it's not heavy.
It's so light and small.
Yeah.
That's what makes that. I mean, if I didn't already own a 500, I'd get the 600, but I'm not going to get rid of my 500 to get the 600. I had the dealer I work with email me right away. He says, I got a 600 with your name on it if you want it. I said, no.
If I didn't have the 180 to 600, I'd definitely get the 600.
After a while, you got so much overlap. It's like, one, the way things are nowadays, I don't like to carry a lot of gear. I don't like to have a lot of gear in my car. I'm like paranoid about that. I don't like to have a lot of stuff. I don't like to have a lot of money sitting in my car, and I don't like to be carrying it on me a lot on me either. I mean, it would be different, if I was doing a paid shoot or something, I'd have 2 camera bodies. I'd have 2 different lenses on my person. So I could just switch from one camera to the other without taking the lenses off. But when it's just me shooting, I mean, I prefer to I'll just have it in my head one day. One day I might say, well, today I'm just going to bring the 180 to 6. And then another day I might say I'm going to bring the 800. I use the 800 a lot. And then some other day I'll say, hey, I'm going to bring the 24 to 120 on the ZF, and I'm going to bring the 100 to 400 or something on the Z9. Or I switch things up, but I don't like to have a car full of gear because there's just too many people that want to steal from you now, and I'm not overly trusting anymore. I've had stuff stolen. I had stuff stolen from my own house at one time, so I've already been stung once. I don't want to get stung again,
Painful.
J-Rod is in here. Hello, J-Rod. Oh, he was at the Conowinga Dam in Maryland. I believe it's in Maryland, correct, J-Rod? Hopefully you had a good time.
Roy's gone.
And Nick is in, and we lost Roy.
I'm running off batteries because I forgot the power supply downstairs.
I'll tell you guys a quick story, something that I'll have in a future video, probably after the new year, is I never saw this before, and this time of year we'll get white pelicans that come down. And so the last time I went out, we probably had more than 12 white pelicans, and then sometimes they'll break up in groups, and you may have 8 in one group and 4 in another group, or 6 and 6, or whatever it happens to be. But they'll split up, and they'll be in 2 different locations. But I saw some behavior that shows that white pelicans are very social with each other, and they like to play games. Because I had a white pelican that got a piece of a tree branch that was probably, I'd say, maybe 1.5 feet long, probably about like that big in diameter, at least that big in diameter. And the white pelican got this this branch out of the water and put it in its mouth and swam off with it. And the other pelicans, it was almost like a rugby match. The other pelicans would try to get it out of the mouth of the one that had it. And then one would steal it, and then he'd have it in his mouth, and then they'd chase after him. And this went on for, I must have watched it for 30 minutes or more, where they were basically playing with this piece of wood. And I've never seen anything like that before. And they were literally having fun. It was like a bunch of kids playing in the playground together. But here you had these white pelicans playing around with a piece of a branch. And if one dropped it, then, a couple heads would go in the water and they're trying to find it and get it, and then one pops up with it and he takes off and the others go after him. And oh my God, that was really, really funny to watch. I mean, it's just sometimes the stuff that you see is worth the price of admission, as they say. You see something like that, it's great. And
well, you see the birds do it all the time. They get a fish and then another bird tries to take it from them. So I guess they're training.
Well, I'll tell you, the white pelicans are totally different behavior than the brown pelicans, because the white pelicans don't dive for their food. The white pelicans do like a sewing machine. They'll be lined up together and they'll just do the head bob like this.
Okay.
And they'll go down and they'll get a fish. A brown pelican will dive from the sky and angle its body and slam into the water to like shock the fish, and then try to get the fish and come up with it. And the brown pelicans are very aggressive. Like if you have cormorants in the water with them, if a cormorant gets a fish, it better eat the fish really, really fast, because the pelicans will see the cormorants and they'll be right behind them. And if the cormorant gets a fish, the brown pelicans will will go after the cormorant and try to steal the fish from them, and they succeed many times. The cormorants have to eat very, very fast. So J-Rod is saying that the dam, 40, 50 big lenses out there trying to shoot the eagles at the dam. And it's in Darlington, Maryland. Conowinga Dam. A lot of people go there, and my friend Bob's gone there a couple times, but sometimes you go there. He says sometimes you go there and the eagles aren't doing much of anything, because they're waiting for them to release the water from the dam, which then the fish are falling from the dam. And so sometimes, you're there, you got to wait for that to happen. And he says, and sometimes the doggone eagles don't care. Sometimes they go nuts and they go fight for each other and try to get the fish. And sometimes they don't do anything. He says, you never know what you're gonna see. So J-Rod's saying, can't wait to go on a brown pelican island tour next summer. Yeah, they're. I'll tell you, you don't need to go on a tour. I think, James, I think you were in Myrtle Beach last year on vacation. You come down here, you go near where the boats take off from to go out on the ocean and go fishing and stuff. Every post that the boats are tying off to or whatever will have a brown pelican sitting on it. Most of the time, you'll see tons and tons of brown pelicans around where the boat launch areas are and stuff. No shortage of brown ones, and the white ones we don't see until normally November. Although we did have one in the summertime, which was like really weirded us out, because we never saw one in the summertime before. Probably got confused. But let's see, what else do we got here? Let me catch up here.
You know,
Yeah.
I saw the
Go ahead.
video on the where they had the eagles, and it was fog, and they were waiting for the fog to go away before they can see the eagles. Um, but once the fog lifted, they saw 3 of them together, and then a couple were flying. But
I got a picture that I'm not going to share it tonight. I'm going to share it for the photo review in January. I'm not even going to put it in a video. I'm going to save it for the January. But another thing, earlier in the week, there was a day of a lot of interesting behaviors between the pelicans, and there was a juvenile eagle and an adult eagle, and they were attacking an osprey. They were going after it with the intent to kill it, and the osprey did not have a fish. I mean, if an osprey has a fish, the eagles will try to harass the osprey, get it to drop the fish, and then the eagle will dive down and try to get the fish in its claws before it hits the water. But I've never seen I've never seen eagles gang up on and literally attempt to kill an osprey. And that was the intent. I mean, it was very, very aggressive behavior, and the osprey did not get killed. But I got a picture. I got a few pictures that came out decent. They were very far away, even with an 800 lens on. I had to crop them, still had to crop them considerably. But I got like a series of 3 images, and one of them, the eagle's claws are like right on the wing of the osprey. Never saw that before. I mean, yeah, the behavior trying to steal the fish, but not like, oh, I want to take you out. And so they were much more aggressive for whatever reason. Scott, how you doing? Scott Egan is in here. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Oh, J-Rod said he was using a Z9 with the 800 PF, and he had his Nikon P1000. P1000 is the, for those who may not have one, is one that has the extremely long zoom range on it that is a non-removable lens.
My wife's got the older one, the P900. So
yeah.
A very interesting camera.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people use that camera. They that use that camera to have that range, because not everybody can afford to go and get a $2,000 or $3,000 camera body and buy a bunch of lenses for it. So I mean, it's
Be a
a
great
way
travel camera.
way of getting a shot that otherwise they would not be able to get. That's for sure.
Power zoom as well, which is probably the next big thing.
Jeff and Leslie are taking off. Have a good one. Look forward to whatever you guys come out with next. Hopefully you're going to be able to share some owl pictures. That's what I'm hoping for in the within the next month, is to be able to stumble across some nesting owls. And the eagles, or the eagle, I won't say eagles, the eagle pair, the adult pair that's at the park. The male is retrieving branches now to fix up the nest before they hopefully try to mate and have some youngsters, because that's normally a February time frame, when January, February time frame, when they're going to be thinking about having children. So they're gathering up some branches to repair any leaks or whatever that they have in the nest, I guess, before they settle down and have their kids. So that's kind of cool when you get them flying by with a big branch in their mouth, in their talons. Have a good night, guys. See you next week, hopefully. what else did he have? There was funny Fuji rumors. Actually, the person who does Fuji rumors had an editorial complaining, kind of like writing an editorial complaint directly to Fuji and complaining about lack of firmware updates because he wants to see some of the new high-end features that are in the high-end models get migrated into some of the mid-level, the lower level camera bodies, and he's like, come on, we want to see seeing these firmware updates get put into some of these other camera models. I guess they came out with a new film simulation on the medium format, the GFX 102, called Real Reala Ace. And they're saying it's one of the best Fujifilm simulations yet. And they have an article on it in Fuji Rumors. And I guess some really right stuff. Camera plates are coming out that are on pre-order now for the GFX 100 as well.
What are you digging in there?
Roy's looking
for battery chargers and things. I just haven't
Oh,
got
wow.
organized yet.
Ah,
He's looking through boxes, figuring his wife hid the Christmas presents in with his camera gear, but he would find it real quick if she tried to do that.
Yeah, it'd be lost forever, though.
That would not be a good place to hide anything from Roy.
We just sold the other house, so we've got some money at the moment. So I have to hide it from the wife.
oh, yeah.
For those in the chat, you guys in the chat want to share maybe what you've asked your partner or your wife or your girlfriend or whatever, or family member to get you for Christmas relative to photography? You guys have a list of stocking stuffers that you're looking forward to getting for your camera gear, whether it be remote triggers or extra batteries or CFEB cards, or are your aspirations a little higher than that, such as we had, what was it, Robert, who was wanted the 180 to 600 for Christmas. So what are you folks in the chat? Have you bought yourself something? Like Randall bought himself a new computer for his retirement. So have you folks in the chat like bought yourself your own Christmas gift? Because you know what you want, and maybe your spouse has no clue about camera equipment, and if you want it, you got to get it yourself. I mean, that's what I have to do now. If I want something, I have to get it myself.
I need a new printer. Last one didn't survive the move. New A2 or A3 printer.
Wow.
Yeah, J. Rod saying he needs a new PC for better 4K processing. Finance department said no.
Yeah. They did a guy just did the Apple iMac, 24 inches. And he said that 16 gigs he thought would be enough. And it wasn't. It needed 24. Yeah. iMac is now down at the lowest. Yeah.
You can't upgrade them very easily once you buy them.
So I went with the MacBook Pro. It had 36 gigs RAM. I got one with 32. I got one with 64. So I got it kind of like in the middle. But I'm pretty impressed with the M3 Max. It can really, it's a powerhouse. So.
Well, you're with something like that. Even with I have the Mac Studio M1 when it came out, which could do multiple 8K streams, which I don't do 8K anyway. Right. So I can only imagine how many 8K tasks that you can do on an M3 version. You could be doing Hollywood productions with that computer. You're never gonna say, oh, you're never gonna have multiple apps on your screen and sit there and say, gee, my computer's getting sluggish. That's never gonna happen.
I would.
So you're in a good spot, Randall, with what you have.
So it's funny how on the PC side they don't have anything like Ecamm. Now they do have Restream, but you can only use what, 1 or 2 cameras at the most. I think with Restream. Are you just using a webcam?
I'm just using what's built into my Mac Studio.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't have any devices where I'm plugging in any cameras, nor do I. And because of how my layout is of the room, because my what you see on the screen is basically a bedroom that I'm using. So behind my camera gear that you see in the bookcase is a bed on the other side that you don't see. So the computer desk I'm using right now is right up against the wall. So I don't really have I don't have the space where I can aim a camera at me because I don't have the room to do it. So I just use the webcam.
So my office had a bed when I first started the YouTubing, and I got rid of the bed, and then I just added desks and stuff. But yeah, I just took over that one room in the middle, and now it's just continuing growing.
Well,
I have a shed out there with stuff. I have just about every room has something in it.
yeah, I keep fighting with myself whether I want to get rid of the bed, and I tell my wife, unfortunately, when you live down south, you don't have homes with basements,
Right?
and it's basically a brand new mattress and everything, and I'm like, I don't want to throw it away, and I have nowhere to store it, so I just leave it, and I don't need the bed. I have 3 other bedrooms up here on the second floor of my house. So I got a 5-bedroom house. So I don't need the bed, but I don't want to throw it away. So that's the problem. So it stays there, but I would love to get rid of the bed or get a Murphy bed.
Okay.
And only have it if I needed, for some reason, ever needed it, but I probably would never need it. So I'd like to get rid of the bed, take the bookcases and push them against the wall, and then get a large desk, of just a flat desk, really, really long, where then I can, set up cameras. And when I do a video on product or something, have a place where I could sit and set up a camera and film from an open area where I got a lot of room to work. Because I don't have
a place to leave things as well. Just leave them set up.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of room to work right now. Very, very kind of cramped. I do the best I can with what I have, and then I do a little, a little fudgery with my furniture arranging, so it doesn't look like a bedroom.
Well, you'll have to sleep somewhere next time you buy something new.
Well, that's why they have kind of like the L tables and stuff, so that you just look down to the side of the table, and then you have a camera there. But a lot of people have the couches where they fold out, either futons or sleeping sofas.
Yeah.
But boy, it's heavy trying to bring it upstairs. So.
Yeah, it's like
you had to get one downstairs.
I mean, my wife works from home, but our master bedroom's big enough where I have a desk in there, and her laptop from work is on that desk, and she can open up the shades and look out at the water, the pond in our behind our yard while she's working if she wants to. So she likes the view, and she's only gonna hopefully, not going to work. Well, she's definitely not going to work any more than 2 more years, and then she's done. So then we'll both be retired. So, but I told her if she wanted to, she could retire in the spring of next year if she wanted to. But I think she's going to go a little longer, but not too much longer. But I said, if you get really, really frustrated and ticked off with the job, you can leave sooner than you were planning. I says, we will be okay.
See, that's what I was planning. I had a goal of at 70. But the younger people that are coming to work now, they bug me. They're on their cell phones all the time, and they don't really show any respect. And when you have to do a job, do it well, or the best you can, at least try to do your job. They don't care. They just stand around and
Don't
let you
understand
do
it,
all the
do they?
work. Yeah.
They don't
walk around like they rent the
want to
place.
work. They don't want to work. The Fell is asking if Fell M is asking if we saw a rumor of a new Nikon camera called the Nikon ZFS, which would be like a Ryko X100V or Leica super small
Haven't
and
seen
light.
it.
I haven't seen anything or heard anything.
Z6 III is the next one,
Yeah, Z6 III should be the next
followed
one.
by a Z50 replacement, probably.
So I don't think Nikon's going to go back with, they tried with the Coolpix, but I don't think they're going to go back to like point and shoot cameras like Sony did.
No,
I think they're just going to stick with the cameras, APS-C, and you think they'll ever come out with medium format,
no.
or it's a niche because
They
not
used
that
to-
many people buy them.
It's
They
not.
used to make the lenses for Bronica, medium format lenses, but they haven't done that for a long time. And they'd have to re-engineer all their lenses to do medium format.
It's just a they talk about how much. Well, it's true. I mean, they talk about it. I don't want to say it's like a rumor. It's a fact that the camera market has shrunk drastically in the last 10 years. And so when you look at medium format, that's such a small sliver on the pie chart that it really,
It's become very niche.
yeah, it's like really, if you already have Hasselblad and you've got the
Fuji and the
and Fuji.
Phase
So
One.
yeah, so if you try to break into that market, you're fighting for such a small sliver of the pie. It's really not worth it. I don't think Nikon would want to.
People are not changing their system in that area either. They're sticking to whatever they've got.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
I think if you want a smaller body camera, I mean the ZF is a great camera for. It's not a big camera. The ZF is a perfect size for. Well, maybe I could show you here. This is a okay. Give me a second. Hopefully not knock over anything that I have, but if you go back to the 60s, and this is a 35 millimeter camera, but it is not a mirrorless. It's not an SLR. Okay, it's a fixed lens, but this is an old Konica.
Yeah.
I can't turn this the right way here, and this is the ZF. So there is a difference in size, but I'll tell you, this Konica probably weighs as much as this ZF. Okay, from the 50s, weighs as much as the ZF, and
probably machined magnesium alloy.
yeah.
Well, does it have a IBIS though?
And then if you get and look at an FM3A,
Yeah.
okay, it's a little bigger than an FM3A, but the FM3A is also a pretty heavy camera.
Yeah.
Pretty hefty camera. So to me, the weight is. You don't pick up the ZF and think that you don't pick it up and say it's a toy. It feels cheap. It feels
well made.
It's well made. Now the only thing I noticed, and I commented when I did my commentary on the ZF when it came out, the only thing that you notice is if you push the buttons on the back and you compare it to the buttons on a Z8 or a Z9, the mechanical action of the button is not as firm
Not
as
as rugged.
what's not as on a Z8 or a Z9. So yeah, your playback button or your trash can button or some of those other buttons feel a little bit looser and not quite as the same level of quality that's in a Z8 or a Z9, but it's not junk either. And the body is balanced well, and unless you're shooting a longer lens, you could shoot with the small lenses without buying the extra grip. That's not the little dinky grip they have on it is good enough for putting on a 40 millimeter lens or 28 millimeter lens or whatever. If you want to shoot with a 180 to 6 or 20, even the 24 to 120, I held it without the grip and I didn't have a problem. But if you want to go larger because you're going to use it for the occasional wildlife shot or whatever, then you're probably going to want a grip to make it a little bit easier.
It's color matched to your shirt too.
Yeah, look at that. Color coordinated. That's not my
He
style.
is, isn't he?
That's not my style. I'm styling.
Ray Parker wears his old orange jacket with his orange ZF. So the last couple of videos he's been showing that off, and he was just talking about that. So you put on the longer lenses, you get the grip. But I don't need it, and he has arthritis in his hands. So,
you don't need it with the tripod.
Or
long lenses in the tripod, you won't need the grip.
Yeah. I have arthritis in my fingers on my right hand, and I don't have an issue. And I think when I did my video, I put a lot of different lenses on that body. I put on the 1-4, and I put on some longer glass, and said, yeah, would I put my 800 on it? You could, but I'm not going to put the 800 on it. But yeah, any of the other zooms, yeah, it's not a problem. I mean, it'll work fine. I mean, but I don't look at that camera as I'm a wildlife photographer, I'm going to buy it for wildlife. No, I'm buying it for, I can use it as a backup. I could use it as a supplemental with a smaller lens on it. But I want it more as a general purpose camera body for travel, street photography, and then occasionally for, say, maybe wildlife images where I'm showing more of the environmental shots that happen to have wildlife in it, not really focusing on the wildlife. And our friend Gustavo is here, so hopefully he's not too travel weary and he can talk to us.
Right.
He lives. He does exist. You had people that were really worried about you because they didn't see you, my friend.
Oh, the sound's not working either.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
So why don't you give us a summary of your adventure to California and what did you shoot? Where did you go?
I went to Central California, so I spent some days in Santa Cruz, some days in Cambria, and some days in Monterey, mostly to do basically did some couple of trips from whale watching, bird watching, so spending time with my wife as well. So I had, when you travel with your wife, you have to share a little bit. You cannot be photography 100%, although she complained that it's photography 100%. So it was nice. 10 days, which right length of time to be on vacation away from home. After 10 days, 14 days, you start missing your own bed. Correct?
So, well, you actually miss home cooking too.
Exactly. So it was very good. So you will see in January so the excellent opportunities, as I mentioned the other day, with some orcas. So we managed to get some fantastic orca photos. Then a couple of days ago, some good session with some mating sea otters. Those I'm very, very happy. And then of course, one of the big attractions of that part of California is Big Sur, correct? So I did some landscape. I love driving that road, although the stretch between Monterey and Cambria was closed. And on the video, so in order to connect, you have to go around the 101. You could not drive the entire Big Sur, but we drove it both sides. Visit the elephant seal sanctuary many times. People that have not been there, one of the a good elephant seal colony, good access. So a lot of early mornings trying to get there before having breakfast with my wife, getting doing some photography, coming back to the hotel, having breakfast with her, driving around. So, but I'm very happy. The other thing that I can report you is you never know what to take, correct? What to pack.
Right.
That's always a big dilemma. And I plan to pack several things, and I use everything that I needed. Actually, the only thing that I left here was my 2X converter, and I wish I would have taken it with me this time, but I managed to get it, a backpack and a rolling case, and I managed to get the 800, the 600 PF, the 100 to 400, and the 20 to 120, and I use them all. Correct? You take them and you don't use them, then you say, "Oh, I carry this weight for nothing." But I managed to the only trouble that I have actually was downloading some pictures with and be proposal of photo mechanics, right? For selecting which picture you want to take, then throwing the others away. And with my iMac, it was giving some troubles. Crashing all the time. So I need to figure out what's going on, because until now it has been working fine. It's an M1 chip, which typically it lasts. But you know how it is with Apple. Sometimes they actually make things bad when the new model comes along, correct? But so that's the only trouble that I have. But excellent pictures. The orca photos you will see in January. I certainly put some. The orca photos were fantastic, and I have been there before to that stretch of the Central California. There is a lot of wildlife that is accessible. The only thing that I kind of is very difficult, but at least I wanted to see, was a condor. I know there were some new California condors being released in this, actually the same area and in the same days that I was around in a place called Cambria, and I was hoping that driving the road I will see either the people tracking the condors or seeing the condors, and I didn't see them. So basically, there is time to do it another time in the future. Maybe not this coming January, but the next January. Certainly for the elephant seals, I was a little bit too early for the elephant seals, because the big males fighting, the females were there, establishing the little segments of the beach where they have all the females. That was just started. The big males were there, but actually it was the last day. The last day was the first time that I saw one of the bigger males actually chasing one away. They ignored the juveniles and they ignored the younger males, but another big male show up, and it was a big of an event, and that was like, I'm glad that I made it. It was just 6:50 or something, just before sunrise.
Now,
So,
were you on the beach? Were you on the beach level?
no, they have like a block walk above the beach level.
Okay, like an observation area.
Yes, so it looks, but it's along the beach where they are. So you are probably about couple of hours, uh, so a couple of meters above where they are. Yeah, I think real. I think Jim is saying that the condo sanctuary is about 40 miles from my house. Yes, it's yes. I was hoping to see, but that gave me another chance to go. I love that area. That for people that like whale watching, there is nothing like the that Monterey Canyon. Yes, you can go to Alaska, and I have done so whale watching in San Diego and Los Angeles, but the Monterey Bay is fantastic.
So what kind of whales do you see? The right whales and blue whales?
In that area, depending on the time of the year, correct. So the most a lot of people see gray whales because
Yeah.
they're when they are on migration. That was a little bit too early for the gray whale migration, we saw some resident homeback, right?
Humpbacks,
But
yeah.
but the but the orcas, the killer whales, wow! They if you go to Vancouver or you go to Washington State, remember, or British Columbia, they have resident orcas, but they eat mostly salmon. These orcas are transient, so they feed mostly on the um, yes. So I think, Jim, the place that I did not go to visit was Pinnacle National Park, because the fact that that portion of the Highway One, I don't know if you have been there, Jeff, in that area of California, that portion of Highway One was closed. Correct. That means that in order for me to communicate, I needed to go around. Typically, I go regularly, or when I'm in, let's say if I'm in Cambria, I drive to Big Sur all the way. Yes, exactly. It was a big landslide early this year. There is always that road is fantastic, but what makes it fantastic also make it very vulnerable for fires or landslide. They, me as a geologist, it's fascinating, but I understand what's going on. Correct. So the rock is always crumbling. So there is nothing. I told my wife they always have to repair it because there is no way to keep it. But there is fire and there is the ugly present landscape. So there is always a chance that you go and you find the Highway One is closed. The good thing, I tell you what it was, and I think the guys from California, Greg and Jim, will appreciate that, is because it was closed. Correct. Eh, it, there were not that many people. That road is curvy and difficult to drive that's actually for you, Jeff. I know that you like to drive as well. That's the kind of mountain road that driving is an experience, right? It's one curve, one curve.
Well, is that the one I went to? I had to go to training one time in San Francisco,
Yes,
and so I drove on the Pacific Coast,
exactly.
where no guardrails, you're up high, you're looking down at the water, and the road is just like this constantly, and you just have your hand on the steering wheel and you're just kind of going like this, like this, like this,
Exactly.
like this, like this.
Yeah. I think the great majority of the car commercials in the United States are filming that road.
And
Right?
I was scared to death. I was scared to death because I don't like
Oh,
heights, and I
oh,
don't like twisty roads like that.
I know.
And I'm driving a big car with like three other people in the car with me, because it's a group thing for a training thing. But then I got used to this car, and before you know it, everybody in the car is getting scared because we're doing those loops through the right over the ocean, and I'm just kind of like la di da di da with the steering wheel. Okay, swing it right, swing it left.
Oh, you see, I love to drive in that road.
You get into a rhythm, but it's a scary drive.
Exactly. I love to drive. If you like, I love to drive in the road. If you are a good driver, I love it, that twisting, and then you have to, because you if you go with somebody that doesn't know how to drive, they don't know where to diminish the speed when you're going out of the curve. You have to accelerate. So you need to really know how to drive, correct? So it's a fantastic road, but there is a lot of idiots driving there too, correct? People that are not very experienced. So the good thing that because it was closed, and certainly for Jim and Greg know that because it was closed, correct? You could travel and people go to some of the more touristy spots, correct? And then they don't drive it any further because it's it's like a driving in a dead end, correct? But that means there were not that many people. So my wife said, let's enjoy this because when you get there, sometimes you have so many people that you want to take to watch the view from the high mountains down into the beach, correct? And there is no place to park, right? So there were a lot of places to park. We were the only ones in the road. Now we had to put on with some people with flags and having to queue, but it was wonderful. The road was basically for us for a few days, from one end and to the other end. So I did enjoy that and managed to get. That's where Mr. Roy. That's where they have a very famous bridge called the Bixby Bridge that I showed you
I've heard of it
the other day.
Nothing to do with me at all.
Nothing to do with you, but it's exactly. I think Jim is saying that his Camaro is made for that road. Yeah, it's a.
Didn't know American cars went round bends.
Yeah, I love to drive that road. I drive here in Colorado. I drive a Jeep, so I like a Jeep. But there they gave me another SUV. If you are used to driving mountains like that, that's a fantastic road.
The trick going to Central City,
Exactly.
Mount Evans.
Exactly.
That's a drop. You see one car coming this way, and it says, "Nope, I'm not moving." He's going to have to get close to the mountain. Yeah.
I summer. The good thing, Randall, is because when we came to Colorado first time, we used to go there, correct? But I was working, so I need to go on the weekends. At one point, stop going to Mount Evans, although there is fantastic views and good wildlife, correct? Because there were so many people. Not only you have to compete with the other drivers, there is a lot of people cycling, right?
Yeah.
And one time coming down from Mount Evans, and Mount Evans, Jeff goes here near Denver, go to 14,000 feet. It's actually the highest paved road in the United States. It doesn't go anywhere, but just go to the top of the mountain. So one time coming down from Mount Evans, then somebody had come out of the cliff. So we were stuck there like 3 hours because the cliff are humongous, okay? So somebody had going with the car out of the road and have fallen like 3,000 feet. So there were all sort of helicopters. We were stuck. So I said, my wife, I'm not coming back on the weekend. But this year, since I now retired, correct? So we haven't when we go there, they close it. Of course, it's only open during the summer, right? So it's a fantastic. If anybody any here come during, the summer, that's a fantastic drive, and there is a lot of mountain goats and bighorn sheep and pikas, and the views are fantastic. And the only problem is you have to be acclimated a little bit because mountain sickness at 14,000 feet, it's an issue.
Yeah, I had never been on the West Coast in my life until I had to go a few once for training, and then I had to go to I had to do training for a company that made some hardware for where I worked, and I had to certify them. I was a NASA certified instructor for a couple disciplines in electronics, conformal coating and soldering and that type of thing. So sometimes I'd have to get sent out to recertify somebody, and driving in California, and it was my first time I ever saw so many lanes on a highway in my life.
Exactly.
And I was scared to death because I didn't know where that blanky blank I was going. I'm like, is somebody, if I got to move over, is somebody, no one's going to let me move over. You could tell nobody's going to let you move over a lane or anything. I was scared to death. And I joke with Tim Mosman. I says, if I ever went to visit you in California, I says, I don't know if I could do it because I wouldn't want to drive on the highways.
Oh, no.
I'm just not, I'm not programmed to be able to do that. I just can't.
After a couple of days, you get into the swing of things.
I was there a week, and that was enough swinging for me. I was there for like a week.
Well, and that's the other thing, correct? Once you get into your destination, actually, that the other big highway, the 101, that's the one that I was trying to avoid, correct? Once I get to that Santa Cruz, Monterrey, you are in that, smaller road. But no, it was fantastic. My wife and I have and the food is excellent. We love seafood. There is fantastic seafood there, and that is our friend here from California. That place. I have been in that area doing whale watching. I don't know, 4 or 5 times. So it's not like it's not familiar to me, okay? Because there are some, sometimes you find people recommend, hey, go to this place, and it doesn't click with you. But this area there, I know, for instance, while watching, fantastic. Actually, I got some other recommendations, so I'm sure that I will be there again. And there is an estuary that I told you, there's Moss Landing. If I'm in Monterrey, or actually tried to do it from Santa Cruz, but didn't work that well. In the morning before I get with my wife to do other things, I just go to that. It's like your local park, Jeff. It's estuary, correct? So you have to watch what is the tide doing today, going in, going out, and if you time it correctly with the tide, there was a lot of things to watch, and of course you have seals and otters in addition to the birds, correct? So I showed you. I mean, the computer is still there, so I cannot show you anything. That's why I gave you a little bit of a peek last week. But no, I was happy with on the photography side. Everything worked out fine. All the equipment. Once you get into one of these kind of trip, correct? When you do the day trips, you test the system to a degree. When you do a longer trip, then it's a different type of test. And no, I'm very happy with I think I got the equipment that I need.
I would hope so.
Exactly.
But I'm glad you had a good time. I mean, you were you were there for a bit of time, so you saw a lot.
Exactly.
And the weather was decent for you?
The California weather, correct? So it was excellent. So actually, the only day that they were broadcasting a storm was for Saturday, today, when we flew back, and actually through the week that actually moved away one day. So our friends in California are going to get it tomorrow. Okay. And then I didn't book the whale watching trip until the last minute, not until the last minute, when I was there, so that I could say, hey, I know what the weather is going to be, correct? And then I do the booking. Although this time of the year, we found that certain days were not available because there is not that many tourists, correct? So it's not like if you go in the summer or spring, there is a lot of tourists. So it's easy to get it. There is whale watching tours every day, correct? But it was wonderful. We managed to get and as I told you, I got some recommendation for whale watching companies there. There is actually one that we want to do the next time, because we take some of the bigger boats, and in this case, because there are not so many tourists, that was fantastic. There were not that many people, but probably total about, I would say, 15, 20 people, but it's a big boat. Now I find out another one that is a little bit more expensive, but it's only a smaller boat. with only 6 people, and most of the people that take those boats are photographers and people like that. Correct? A little bit more expensive, but I think it probably for me as a photographer is a better experience.
Yeah. Well, I remember that we went to a. We didn't see the large California redwoods. We went to a redwood forest, but it wasn't the largest ones that they had there. But even a small redwood is taller than anything I've ever seen in my life. So what they call small to me is like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm like looking way up, and I go, this is the small one, and then we went to the funniest thing is we went to my funniest story on being there for a little bit of time was we went to a beach. We says, oh, we got to see a beach.
Exactly.
So we went to a beach. So we get to the beach. The beach was closed. I mean, you couldn't go swimming. The beach was closed for swimming. They had shark signs up. They must have had a shark attack or whatever. And this is not fibbing. This is not lying. They had a jet ski with a little platform attached, being dragged behind it.
Mm-hmm.
They had a guy in a scuba diving suit, in a wetsuit, with his legs in the water, and they were like using him like bait. And they were going up and down the coast, going up and down with his legs in the water, like to see if the shark would show up. I mean, literally, that's exactly what they were doing.
Probably his wife's idea.
I'm like, boy, you better be paying that guy a heck of a lot of money to have his legs hanging in the water as you're using him like bait, going back and forth with this jet ski. Never saw anything so crazy in my lifetime.
No, that is the other thing that we didn't get this time. I mean, orcas are already quite difficult. If you go there, for sure you will see some whales. Okay, seeing orcas or killer whales, that's a lot more difficult. Seeing white shark, and they made some special trips when this is typically the white shark season as well, because all the seals, sea lions, and the elephant seals are coming. So between now and probably February, is there more chance to see a white shark if a seal get hunted? Correct. And my wife and I for sure would like to see a white shark. Correct. As I told you, as a diver, I probably would like to see one from a cage, but I no longer can do that, so I watch it from the boat.
Yeah,
Whale sharks are very gentle though.
When I was younger and stupider,
Exactly.
I told my mom I wanted to go to Australia and go in a shark cage and see a great white shark. And but of course, I mean, this was many years ago, and even back then, it would have cost me like $8,000 or more to go there, and I was just a kid out of in high school, getting out of high school. I didn't have $8,000 in the bank, never mind go to Australia. But if I had the money, I would have went. I would have went to Shark Cage, and I would have gone down to see a great white shark. And I don't know, never happened. But if I stayed in New England, I could have at this point just gone to the beaches in Cape Cod and probably seen some great white sharks attacking the seals up there. Now there's a lot of great white sharks up at the Cape now.
That's why my wife was telling me that maybe we need to switch the East Coast strategy, because it's becoming a little bit even more common to see in the East Coast.
Yeah, the seal population, because the seals were protected, the seal population has exploded to the point now where the sharks have gone there because it's a good source of food.
Oh, no, but look, that area of California, I think Jim and Greg will tell you. I mean, every marina has sea lions, and the elephant seals, the central part, I think where they were telling, there were 25,000 elephant seals. Right? And harbor seals, there are plenty to eat, and there is also, of course, the whales. Okay? But so I got some future trips to California. I like California. But now I'm heading your way, Randall. I'm heading to Texas in end of January, February.
I don't know the name of the place I went to, Greg. It was too many years ago now. I mean, we would almost just get in a car and just randomly start driving and see what we ran into. And if it was something interesting, if we saw a sign for something that looked like it was interesting, we would just pull over and go there, you know. It wasn't really super planned when we went, but it was I would like to see. I liked San Francisco. I mean, some people, you know, they knock it for a lot of different reasons, but I mean, I love seeing where you could see exactly where they filmed the streets of San Francisco show on TV, the windy roads, the the hills up and down. You know, I went on the what do you call it there? You always had the San Francisco treat, you know, rice-a-roni on the cable car or whatever. I went on that, you know, up and down, and I got the biggest thrill on that. But I was on the outside, and I didn't realize how hard you had to grip onto that sucker when you were going downhill, because your body weight, you wanted to fall. And I mean, you're going down the hill and you're hanging on for your life. I says, boy, I wish I had an inside seat. I was on the outside. But it was. I had such a good time. You know.
Also, San Francisco is a beautiful. You know, here we don't get into politics, correct? But San Francisco is a wonderful, beautiful city.
Yeah, I drove over to Golden Gate Bridge. I could see Alcatraz. Saw the market that they had where they were selling, you know, fresh fruits and vegetables and stuff, and got pictures of the market, and I had a fantastic time.
There is an issue with homeless people and how they're dealing with security, but I mean, I went to spend some time in San Francisco about 5-6 years ago, and it was no problem. So it's probably one of the most scenic cities in North America, here in the U.S., correct?
Yeah. I mean, I enjoyed it. I mean, my uncle was in the Navy. He lived in San Diego for many years, and then eventually moved to New England, where his family was, but not until he didn't move to New England until he was in his he would probably think he was in the service for probably 30 years. He had a career in the service as an electrician for airplanes, and he eventually then he got a job in the post office, and he worked many years in the post office and retired from them. So he had like a double pension. He had money coming in from the post office. He had money coming in from his time in the service. And then he finally retired and moved to New England, moved to Connecticut, and built a house right next to my dad's. And but he was in his 50s, late 50s, when he moved to Connecticut.
Wow.
So it was. I remember his wife, when they would come to Connecticut to visit once in a while. The first time she ever saw snow in her life. And my mom had an 8mm Brownie, and she had film of my aunt being all giddy and crazy with snowflakes coming down on her, because she never saw snow in her lifetime, and she was like going nuts.
After a while, you get up to here with snow.
I had I had it up to here with snow too.
I can't remember snow. It's been so long.
Yeah, but our again, Greg and Jim will know, because that Highway 1 was closed and we had to go to Boston. There were not that many traffic, so they also have pull-outs so you can watch the coastline. But there is also some little roads that go all the way to the beach. Correct? That remind me what you were saying. Typically, those going to the beach is a pain because you have to fight with other people, right? when my wife and I we could go to the beach. There were parking spots there by the side of the beach, and there were only surfers, dudes, and dudettes, and ourselves. Correct. So it was wonderful in that respect. Correct. It messed up with the traveling around, but we have the road for ourselves.
So now that we kind of know what gear you took with you, what lens did you use the most? What were you using the most when you were on taking the pictures of the whales?
So in the boat, that's what I anticipated. Actually, that's what I ended using. For the boat, I ended using only the 100 to 400. That is the right gear. I didn't take anything. I actually use it on the Z8. Right? The C8 being a little bit smaller, because remember that boat is moving, correct? So you have to have 3 point of contact. So I will anchor myself against the railing, and so that actually for the boat trip, for the whale watching portion, that's the lens, correct? Or everything. I actually that day I left the 800 and everything in the hotel because I didn't want to, leave the camera bag with the 800 in the car, correct? So I left it in the hotel. Just took the took actually the 600 PF just in case, and the 100 to 400, and only use the 100 to 400.
So what now? What did you end up using your 800 on?
So when I was in this estuary in the Moss Landing, okay, I actually then I use in there the 600 PF. So if I get to the car and you start looking for long what's it called, like willets, correct? You're familiar, okay? Willets, or they have long bill curlew, okay, and a lot of plovers and all that kind of things. Actually, that lens, I'm in love with it because it allows mobility. Remember, I'm used to carry that 600, 604, correct? So that's a tripod. You go with a tripod, move your tripod, you work there, you move the tripod, work there. With the 600, you just take it and you carry it, correct? You go, and then, but when depending on where the tide was, because it's a estuary, correct? And the birds congregate at the edge of the where at the edge of the tide, because that's where all the animals that are feeding are coming out. So for some shots, okay, then they say, okay, there is that species there. Then I will from the car and take the tripod, and the 800 will go on the tripod. So do the walking with the 600 on the C8. Do the tripod with the C9 and the 800. Okay? But then I will move. I probably will move the car. So everything worked fine. But Jeff, for instance, in that Moss Landing that I think Greg knows as well. I mean, we got a restaurant that we like. You are there in the marina, correct? There's actually one good Mexican restaurant. There is one fish restaurant. That photo that I sent last week with the order that was, doing the thing in the cheeks and showing the teeth, that was taken when I was in the eating. So you go to the balcony and take the photo from the balcony of the restaurant. So that's actually how I ended doing it. So when I will, so the 600 PF or the 500 PF, and certainly the 600 for me in that context was the right lens, because you carry around. You can, you want to see where the surfers are doing and have to climb the dunes. I know when to carry the tripod and everything there with 800. Just go with that one. But what I missed it for is because I decided, no, let me just take the 1.4 converter, right? Because you have to think how much you can fit, and I didn't want to. I took that small bag that you see there, and I took the roller, the airport roller, correct? So
Yeah.
for photography and everything, you take it 2 bags, correct? And then my clothes in another bag, right? So decide, okay, maybe the 1.4 is enough. It turned out not to be, because there was a, a perch with a resident wild tail kite, which I don't know if you have seen. You have. I will show that. Right? It was, with your own eye, you will see a dot, a white dot. It's a wonderful kite, okay? A beautiful bird, but which is like, it's a kite, it's a hawk type of thing. But with your own eye, you see a point. Okay, I could see it, and I could put the 800, and I can put the 1.4, and it was still small in the frame. Okay? So I would show it. I got some pictures, but I needed to go a little bit further. And when I was taking the pictures, because I went several times, and it was always in the same perch, okay? Was that in the afternoon, if I go in the afternoon, the haze was the arm of, the haze coming out of the estuary will make all the photo fuzzy. But if I take it as sunrise, when there was still cold air, okay, and there was not so much haze, then it was really good. I could get, I could put the 800 when the 1.4 DX mode, and then I say, okay, I see feather details, correct, but I need to go a little bit closer.
Well, I made a comment earlier. I went shooting earlier in the week, much earlier in the week, and it was there was a lot of activity. Unfortunately, the sun had not come up, was just coming up. And then the problem is, when you're shooting in the area I'm in, you rarely, I mean, I like doing what I call it's backlighting. Okay. So before everybody yells at me, yes, it's backlighting. I like to call it rim lighting. When I get the light around the bird, I call it rim lighting, but technically it's backlighting. So I'll do some shots like that. But then if there's like a bird in flight, coming at me, and it's in where the sun is hitting it, lots of times there's just too much atmospheric junk in the air.
Exactly.
That gets lit up, and like you said, gives you that hazy look or whatever, and you really can't get rid of that, so you end up throwing all those pictures away. And so I had one of those kind of days, and unfortunately the birds were, instead of being farther away from the sun on the other side of the pond where you had perfect light, they wanted to play on the side where the sun was the strongest. And then the thing is, no matter how good denoise is, I'm shooting with an 800, and I'll show an image on January 6th of an adult eagle attacking an osprey. It came out halfway decent, but it's a severely cropped 800 shot. I was literally nowhere near the subject matter, and I got a nice shot of this eagle basically almost right on top of the osprey, and I actually have some of it on the osprey. It was trying to kill the osprey. The osprey didn't even have a fish. Didn't even have a fish. A juvie and an adult were trying to kill the osprey. But that denoise, the problem is, if you have a hazy day, or even a just slightly hazy day, and you're shooting with an 800 and your subject is far away, and if you have to crop 50%, or you have to crop to like an 8x12 image, you got to crop more than 50%. And you're shooting ISO 14,000, ISO 12,000, 14,000. that noise gets amplified when you crop. So
Exactly.
your denoise app is not going to clean it up anywhere near as well as it would if you shot a subject that was full frame at ISO 13,000 and it filled the frame and you didn't have to crop at all. Huge difference in quality. Huge difference in quality because, you know, the farther away that subject is, the more you're fighting with the atmospheric conditions and the crud that's in. You don't realize how much dirt and stuff is in the air until the sun hits it a certain way.
Exactly. Well, it's obviously correct. For all this software to work, the improvement on the signal has to be that the noise, let's call it noise, the imperfections, have to be predictable. Correct.
Right.
Let's call it noise because the high ISO, correct, is a predictable thing, correct? A blur because you move the camera is a predictable thing. But a haze, which is an atmospheric thing that is changing second by second, it's not predictable. It's not possible to correct it, correct?
Yeah.
It's what we always say. Those big lenses are made to photograph things that are not that far away, but they are small and relatively close. But sometimes you have to photograph something that is far away. So then you have to fight the atmosphere, correct? You have to fight the atmospheric condition. For me, it was possible only certain time of the day. And because that was the perch of that beautiful bird, I could predict it was going to land there, correct? So I just waited. Okay, it came there. So I got some good stuff, correct? But the 2X, I know Roy doesn't like the converter, but these are not your.
I still carry them. I just don't use them very often.
These are
They're
not
always
your,
handy for that emergency, but they
exactly.
weigh nothing.
I
They're
agree.
tiny, so you might as well take them. But I hardly use them.
Exactly, but these are not the
They're not the F mount. They're not the F mount versions.
not the F-mount versions, and it had to do not so much. I don't think it's so much with the optics. Is that these mirrorless cameras because the autofocus system is different, all right? And with the bigger, probably Albert can tell us, the bigger rear elements, they seem to be optically much tolerable for the imperfections that you're introducing by putting optics were not part of the original lens. Okay?
Primes work better with teleconverters than zooms.
Exactly. The zooms,
zooms are too much a compromise.
Exactly. You already are there, but no, I tell you, it's when when you make these kind of 10 days of shooting every day. I play with my camera nowadays every day, correct? And I shoot out of the window or going to my backyard all day. But when you shoot every day, right? Because you're in this type of situation, you're on vacation for taking some photography. That's when you test your equipment. This system that we have now, guys, so much easier. I tell you, even the D850, I mean, these cameras are so much superior. I guarantee you. Of course, they can take a free photo with a D850, but I would not like to go back there. Correct? that thing that you guys told me to do, and I did, to put the the exposure compensation in the focus ring.
Yeah,
that works so well, correct?
Yeah.
On difficult light conditions, you guys, the bird is suddenly in the sun or in the shade, or in the even on when I was doing the whale watching, correct? Sometimes the boat had to turn around, correct? So you are against the sun, on the sun. That work, which is one of the big advantages of this system, correct? That we have all these other controls.
Yeah, you have to. The more you can customize and tweak your camera settings, and make a change quickly is the difference between getting the shot and not getting the shot. So if it just means, depending on your subject matter, your genre, what you program a certain button to do, or what you program your control ring to do, it could be the difference between you getting the shot and not getting the shot.
Yeah,
So
Greg is saying we should have meet when you were here. Don't worry, Greg. I will go to California again for sure. And Jim the same. If you're in the area, but I don't want to bother anybody. And when you travel with your wife, your time is kind of you have to schedule your photography and everything else.
I just want to bring up a few things here. I went to Canon Rumors, and it's interesting. I wish Wayne was with us tonight. Wayne always keeps track of patents from camera companies. For those of you that have joined us when Wayne Maddox is on or on his own channel, he keeps track of patents a lot. And let's, we all know that 90% of patents never really come to fruition. I mean, one should not assume just because a patent comes out that it's going to happen. I mean, that's not typically how it ends up working out. It's just to protect their intellectual property is what the patents are for more than anything else. But Canon just put out applied for a patent for high dynamic range sensors, something that I would like to see. I would like to see all the camera manufacturers get off the high horse with the high megapixel garbage and focus on having high dynamic range. Give us 16-bit, give us high dynamic range. That is where we would all appreciate a marked improvement in our image quality, and our ability
useful.
And our ability to make adjustments in post, having that expanded range.
Well, think about what we're talking about, the exposure compensation. We have to be doing all this because you have certain, what they call latitude of f-stops that you only have to manage, and you have to move that window up and down. If you have a larger latitude, more bit range, then the chances that you blow out the highlights or everything is too dark becomes less important. So I agree with you.
Yeah, I wish everybody. I would like to think that. Well, if Canon is looking into it, I'm sure all the other brands are too, because they all know what each other's doing. But they also applied for a patent application. This was kind of weird. A mirrorless camera with a tilting EVF. So you're looking through your camera, normally you got the EVF, you're looking through it, and they could take it and you can flip it upwards.
Actually,
Like the Fuji GFX.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Is that so that you can use it like a viewfinder camera? I mean,
that's what I'm thinking.
The point of it, right? I don't know, Roy. I mean, does it really make a lot of sense to do it?
Could be useful. I don't really see a big advantage there.
But think about for wildlife photography, Jeff. You are trying to get low angle. Certainly for me, if I had to go into the ground, it's like one of these elephant seals. It's like a beach whale getting up and all that. So if I can at least twist the viewfinder, it makes life easier.
That's what your tilty screen's for.
Well, I remember, and now that we don't have mirrors, it's a TV, correct? You can twist the TV up. So for me, it makes sense.
So anyway, that's another thing. And what was interesting is we had a little conversation. Well, we had a little conversation and a little bit of an extended conversation after I thought we were off the air last week when we weren't off the air. So reminded me that we were still on the air. But
I was frantically trying to tell you are still on.
well, I honestly, I do not apologize for anything I said off air, technically, because it's nothing that I wouldn't say like right now.
No, I know,
but I will bring up something that I talked about last week because it's funny. I talk about Sony with this making people pay for this grid line.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I looked into that a little bit more, and the funny thing is, you know where I found the information about it, where you could go and read the actual information about it, is not on Sony Rumors. You got to go on Canon Rumors. Canon Rumors has an article all about this customizable grid lines that can be imported. You can import up to 4 different types of grid lines. There's more than 4 available, but you can only upload 4 at a time, 4, into your A7 IV and eventually other bodies in the future for $149. And I just laughed because the article is on the Canon Rumors website. Not on the Sony Rumors website, it's on the Canon Rumors website. So if you're a Sony user and you want to know more about this importing of customizable grid lines, go to Canon Rumors and read the article about your Sony camera.
Should already have it in it anyway, shouldn't it?
Yes. But I guess these customizable grid lines, some of them I think are set up for, say, people that are going to photography school, and I think I read it. I only went over it very, very quickly because it was just before the show when I found it. But I think it might have, where you could have a frame that defines, what your image area would be for an 8x12 or a different aspect ratios or whatever, and it would be overlaid in the viewfinder, things like that. So some people might find some of this stuff useful, but I just find it a shame, which I said last week off the air, what I thought was off the air, that I think it's embarrassing that you're going to charge your customers for that. It should be free.
Should be built in already.
Yeah. So
I do like to put my grids in my camera, to have the.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
But that should be enough. Correct. That should be enough.
Yeah. So that's really it for all the rumor news, and there isn't like really a lot of news. Supposedly things are going to be, if you if you want to trust rumor sites, then you can assume that it's going to be an exciting first quarter for Fuji. It looks like it's going to be an interesting year for Sony. The only thing from Nikon that's being leaked right now is the Z6 III, which we all
still know nothing about.
Talked about months and months and months ago. And I'm sure that won't be the only body that Nikon comes out with next year. I mean, well, time will tell. But in the end, with all these rumors, it's like the proof is in the pudding when something physically gets into the hands of the people that Nikon allows to touch the camera early on, and then maybe they let them sprinkle out a little bit of information on their YouTube channels or whatever, and that's when you start. Then it's not so much rumors anymore. Then you're starting to get real information. That's what I like to hear, because rumors, whether they come from this channel, speculation. I call it more speculation because I'm not hearing things from sources and then reporting on it. It's just, us like talking about the patterns that Nikon has had with when they release things and when they usually come out with a new camera and things like that. But it's not based on, I got a hot tip from a guy that works at Nikon, and he doesn't think he's going to get caught. I mean, with all these agreements, non-disclosure agreements that these folks have to live by now, they'll lose their job if they get caught.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody that's leaking this stuff out to any of these rumor channels, definitely risking their careers. I really don't understand why they would want to do that. I mean, so sometimes I think the leaks are coming from are intentionally coming from the company themselves.
It's free advertising.
It's to keep interest out there, trickle a little bit out there. And, the rumor sites are going to say, well, an undisclosed source provided me with this information, where the source is probably the company themselves, because I can't believe an employee would risk their job by opening their mouth.
Exactly.
That's
They
just
used to, though. NPS used to tell us everything once.
Look at
Long time
Tim is
ago.
teasing you there, Jeff.
Mosme, we did not converse this week. I guess we were both too busy. Well, he just said he had a busy day. Hey, if you want to come on, man, the show's still early. We got 2 more hours to go.
Well, what do you think of the iPhone 15 Ultra? They're supposed to have 8K. Have you heard about that?
It's a smartphone. It's not a camera.
Yeah, it's
not interesting.
I don't take cameras seriously. I really don't. Other than like better to get it with a camera than not get it at all. But the pixel size is just too small. The sensor sizes are just so small. Good for social media, not good for serious printmaking. But good for social media because those files are all small anyway. But yeah, I mean, and it's just like, well, what is it? The Google phones now, they advertise, I can erase my silly cousin in the corner that has her tongue sticking out in the picture and just make her go away.
You can make them comic books too.
Get the wand out and okay, poof, she's gone like magic.
Yeah. Smartphones are very expensive for a good camera, but most smartphones are good for nothing.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like people. Well, we had a lot of people who went on Chuck's show that have not migrated to this show. Either they don't know about it or they don't care for the show now.
We're too ugly.
I'm too ugly, and I don't rant enough or whatever. I don't know, but no, we used to get people on that would talk a lot about the importance of having cameras at a certain price point for entry level photographers. Yes. And I won't mention names. We all know who they are. Valid
point.
Valid point. However, my counterpoint is the younger audience will have no problem. They or their parents or whoever have no problem buying a $1,200 or $1,300 cell phone, but we're worrying about, well, let's have a camera with a lens that's halfway decent that costs $800. It's like there's a disconnect here. Okay, why should you have a piece of photographic equipment that's going to give you a better quality image and assume that, oh, well, the people aren't buying it because they can't afford it because it's $1,500 or it's $2,000 when they're paying $1,200 or more for a stupid phone.
But it's good for selfie.
It's like, where do you want? It comes down to where do you want to spend your money is where it comes down to.
I think a lot of it's the pictures they're taking. Most smartphone pictures are pretty crap.
It's not like
snapshots.
You can't say you don't have the money. It's just where you choose to spend the money.
That's right.
So I mean I agree to have entry level price points, but within reason, because the flip side of that is if you if you build a camera and sell a camera based on a very, very low price point, it's not going to be a very good camera anyway. And if you want to get a person involved into your brand at that low price point, if you sacrifice quality or you sacrifice image quality and they don't like it, or they say my phone is better, then guess what? They aren't going to buy the next Canon model or the next Nikon model or the next Sony model. So you have to have a threshold of quality. Like you got to have that line in the sand that you're going to maintain. You're going to be at this level or higher. You're not going to go too low simply for the almighty for the dollar, because these people do have the money. It's just, where do they want to spend it? Do they want to put $4,000 wheels on their car, on their beat up car, but they want it to look cool, so they'll spend $4,000 on wheels and then say, I can't afford a camera? It's where you want to spend your money, because they definitely have the money.
No,
A lot of them.
I think my car's worth 4,000.
well, but
Yeah, the wheels and the tires on half the cars out there are worth more than the car.
but
And the stereo.
but the people that go to places to photograph themselves. That was funny, correct? You go to this park, they get to a park. The first thing they do, they stop at the sign and they photograph themselves. I'm here. You see, this is the I'm here generation, correct? It's a lot. I go to places to photograph the places. I don't have any problem with portrait photography, but I go to the place to photograph the places. I don't have any photos myself in that place.
No, me either. If I died tomorrow, my wife would say, I can't find a picture of you for your obit.
That's why we have cameras, so we don't have to take pictures of ourselves.
And that is but the phone is very good for that, right? Now I tell you one interesting story, and again, the people here, because those people do know what cameras take better photos, or which are better photographers. So you go to these places, correct? That Bixby Bridge, Roy, correct? Everybody goes there to photograph themselves, correct? Hey, I'm here in Bixby Bridge, or
That's one place I'll never go.
Well, they go there because they're hoping to see Roy.
Exactly.
That chance.
So they go and photograph themselves there. Now, guess who they ask? So, sometimes there are couples or family. They want to take you say, can you take a picture of us here? And they say, yes, of course. They don't go for the other iPhone photographer. They go for me, because they see me with a big camera. So they know this guy must know what he's doing. So I end up taking a lot of pictures, a lot of people with their own iPhones, correct?
Yeah, it's just kind of it's humorous. I'll go to the park, and I'm always there before you would ever take a picture. It's too dark. And even if your subject's not moving, it's still too dark. And I'll see people pull in the parking lot and run out of their car like somebody set their behind on fire with a torch, and they'll be running out to the causeway with their cell phone, and you'll see them in the pitch dark trying to take a picture of a bird that's 80 feet away, and their flash will go off on their cell phone, and it's like, you really think you're going to get an image on your phone with that cell phone?
They do.
It's like I'm not even thinking about taking a picture yet with my own camera.
Exactly.
Never mind the phone. With that flash that probably only can go 15 feet on a good day, not 80 feet. It's so funny, man. They hop out of their car like they saw something driving in, and I got to get out of the car as fast as I can, park this car and get out there and get a picture of that. And it's like, it's pitch black, man. It's pitch black. It's a half hour before sunrise. It's dark.
Well, and that is the scene that you see also in the national park, certainly in Yellowstone, right? They come with the iPhones and they see a buffalo, and they run to the buffalo, and then they give the back to the buffalo because they want to be photographed a selfie with the buffalo behind.
Darwinism.
Exactly.
And then you're taking a picture of them doing the selfie as the bison gets them in the rear end
and flips them.
And flips them.
So I ended in many of these two spots taking the picture because the people, the families were there and they asking me, hey, can you take a, particularly if they were, like a couple that they wanted to photograph together and say, hey, do you mind taking a picture? I say, let me finish what I'm doing and I take your picture. So I ended doing a lot of photography for somebody else on their iPhones.
Yeah, you should say there's a service fee involved.
I was thinking about our friends here, the ones that are professional photographers. That's maybe something that they need to go to these spots and have their good cameras, and say, hey, I take a photo, but I take $20, $30.
Well, there used to be, and there probably still are, is well, let's put it this way. I live in probably one of the next to Florida. It's probably the most tourists in the country in Myrtle Beach. Okay, they get millions and millions and millions of tourists every year come down here. Golfers, beach goers, blah blah blah. Right? They come
Do you
down
get the
here.
spring breakers too?
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely. So the thing is, you have many years ago. I don't see it as much now, but many years ago, you used to have people that would have their gear. They'd have like a small RV or a camper, like a VW bus or an old VW bus or whatever, and they'd have it outfitted with they'd have a generator, they'd have a printer, they'd have a computer, they'd have whatever. They would print out prints. They would take pictures of people on the beach and sell them to them and print them out of their vehicle, small like instant printers or whatever, and print them out. And that used to be a way people would make money. They would just have a printer set up in their RV or in their little mini bus or whatever, and they take pictures of people on the beach. They got a guy that puts on and it's not fake. He's got a real beard and he looks just like Santa Claus. He's a big guy and he puts on a Santa suit and he throws beach balls to the little kids on the beach and the parents are taking pictures of their kids playing with Santa Claus and the photographer's making a killing selling pictures of Santa Claus on the beach playing with their children.
There's a lot of work.
It's
a lot of work.
They're making killer bucks. I mean, a guy that I know was making. He said he was making like $180 an hour, taking pictures of people on the beach. He responded to an ad from a photography studio. And they set up the schedule. He uses his own camera. He goes to the beach. He takes pictures of the people underneath the pier on the beach, and he's flipping. And this isn't even including a tip. This is just he's making $180 an hour taking pictures of tourists on the beach. And he says he had one guy gave him a $200 tip.
Oh my!
He had like 20 people in the family. Shot him for an hour. Guy says, "Oh, you did a great job." Blah 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 blah. Paid the fee, and then on top of it, the guy gave him a $200 tip. So I mean, I'm in the wrong business taking pictures of birds. The birds do that. The birds just wave their finger, wave their wings at me like this. I don't get no money. He said,
I tell you now that we're discussing this. I mean, again, we are deviating from regular. I think we're going to kill this channel if we continue talking about. But I do remember that in the '60s, when I was a kid, right, that still in some of the plazas in Venezuela. They were photographers. I don't know how they did it. Obviously, I remember seeing, with the, I think probably the Veronicas taking the photos, correct? And then they will go away and do their magic of printing those. And if you were still in the plaza, they will give it to you, correct?
Well, it's like the captive audience. You go on a cruise ship,
Exactly. But that's
right? You go on a cruise ship. They take pictures of you at the dinner
I hate
table.
those.
They take
I hate those.
pictures of you when you get on the ship, and then they say, "Oh, check tomorrow afternoon, and your pictures will be on that wall. And if you want to buy them, you can buy them." And they make a ton of money selling because people want to remember their vacation. And somebody else took a picture of them with their spouse having a good time on the cruise ship, and they make a killing.
But I do hate those. I mean, I talk to them because, hey, I'm telling you, I respect what they do. Any work is respectful, correct? And you show courtesy. Yeah. But I tell you, those people that photograph when you're taking dinner, that for me is a little bit annoying. The other thing that's annoying is you go to a Mexican restaurant and you get the mariachis to when you are there.
Yeah.
So if my wife and I show in a restaurant, the mariachis come that way, we go the opposite way.
See, here's what you got to do. What Greg is saying. That's how he got a better phone. Someone wanted him to take their pictures, and then he follows it up with the that he's just kidding. But Greg, you could say you're just kidding, but I think you probably really did that, and I don't blame you. That's how you get the latest phone. Oh, I'll take your picture. Oh, wait a minute, where'd your phone go? I don't know. Where
exactly.
And then, hey, Nikon's making a killing, I guess, on cruise ships. Oh man, I haven't been on a cruise in a long, long time. Did a few of them, but a long time ago.
My problem the problem with cruises are they are sickness, correct?
It's a lot of diseases on ships.
There's a lot. For some reason, very easy to get sick. Even I think I did some cruises with my wife in the 70s and with my dad and mom in the early 70s, and everybody got sick in those cruises, correct?
Either food poisoning or something else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I would like to do one of those Alaska cruises, Jeff.
Well, they have what they have too. Like if you go to Europe, they have a lot of river cruises.
Yep.
Nice river cruises in Europe, and they actually have a steamboat river cruise in the U.S. that goes down the Mississippi River. So you could go from one end of the Mississippi to the other, which takes weeks on this steamboat, old paddle wheeler type of ship, and you could do the whole run, or you could meet it halfway and take a shorter trip or whatever. So it has different price points, but I always thought that would be a neat trip to stop. Go to New Orleans and go to different places that I've never been to and do something like that would be kind of neat.
The thing about the big ships in Alaska and Antarctica is you go for the small ones because the big ships don't stop to let you off at all.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, my dad had pictures of when he was in the service, he had a few pictures. I think I might have them in a box somewhere that he took of the Panama Canal because his Navy vessel went through the Panama Canal.
Having trouble there, the lack of water. They can't float the boats.
That is true.
They have to restrict the number of ships going through and overcharge them more.
Yeah, because they have some reservoirs with fresh water. They have to replenish those sluice systems, right?
Yeah, without rainwater, they can't fill up the locks.
Look at David. Why don't I arrange a cruise? We can all join you. Yeah, we could do a a photo cruise and have all photographers on it.
I think Jeff would have to be the one with the pedals pedaling.
That would be
Yeah,
dangerous, because if there's something good on one side of the boat, all the photography will go to one side.
all of a sudden the boat,
Exactly.
it's the Titanic. We get to relive the Titanic. Especially those of us that are of larger stature.
Exactly.
We all go run on the one side,
And too much gear.
too much gear, yeah. Well, they have, I tell you, if you're lucky enough where you have the joke down south is the people from Jersey have bags of cash, because I had a realtor tell me, in an area, the houses start at about 500,000, and they say people come down from Jersey and they pay cash for the houses. They have bags of cash, literally. They don't take out a mortgage. They look at a $600,000 house, they pay cash for it. So I guess if you're lucky enough where you have that kind of dough, you have these very expensive, but I'm sure very exciting trips that National Geographic does that you could go on for all these photo adventures. And some of them are like, last 20 days, 30 days, whatever, cost $40,000. If you really have money that you feel you can part with, go on a National Geographic adventure to the Galapagos and a few other islands, and then hold your breath when they hand you the bill. But I'm sure it's literally a once in a lifetime adventure. And
with too many other people, you can't control where you're going and can't control what you're doing.
Yeah, I think you lose all flexibility, correct?
Yeah, you have to go with the flow, follow the crowd, and try to get through, squeeze your way past everyone.
No, I think this is what we were talking the other day, Jeff. You're talking with Luis P, correct? That goes to Costa Rica regularly, correct? And he said that he doesn't like to go on photographic tours. Actually, that book that I recommended to you, Greg Basco, he had done a photo trip with him. This guy's a magician with flashes in nature photography. And Luis mentioned in the text, I think last week, that he had done one of those trips. But I think Luis does it the right way, which is if he take a photo tour, he prefer to take a local guide that shows him where everything is, and then when he knows it, correct, then he can say, okay, I need to come back next day. He's here. I know this is Luke. Yes.
Luke.
When he knows, then he can plan. Hey, what is the morning or the afternoon that I need to be there? I tell you, in this trip, the tides. I need to know what looking at the tide charts, correct, to be in the right place at the right time. So I agree. Difficult if you are to control your creativity, doesn't work as well.
It's production line photography, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean there's a point to doing a photo thing if you are aware enough to have a list of local people that you could hire for the day or for 2 days, and you kind of get an understanding of where you can go to get certain things, then you could go out on your own at some point and go to those same places and spend more time there or whatever. But you need, I think, if you go to a place that's totally foreign to you and you're spending all that money to fly somewhere, the last thing you want to do is just think that you could do it on your own without any help and come away with what you want for what it costs you just to get there, and stay there. I'd rather, like Gustavo was saying, I'd rather pay for a private guide for part of the time than think that I'll figure it out on my own, because I won't come home with a third of what I could have gotten if I had a knowledgeable person with me.
Exactly.
You know, but then it's a one-on-one thing. You know, you're paying this one person to take you around for a certain amount of time versus the group thing. Like you said, some of these groups are, if you're lucky, you find some guy that limits it to 6 people. If you're not lucky, you're going to have 12 people or 15 people, and that's where it gets really like nuts, really nuts.
Like these safari tours where they take you to 5 different big animals, and that's the idea of it. Even if you don't want to see them, that's what you get.
The safari, and there are countries that are more difficult, correct? Yeah, definitely. If you are in Africa, I live in Africa, correct? So my problem is that because I live in Africa for work, correct? Not in West Africa, but in East Africa. When we were taking break, we didn't want to be in Africa. We needed to go somewhere else, correct?
Well, you always want to be where you're not.
Exactly. No.
But I'm happy where I am.
Where you're not from. You know, you want
I never done one of those West Africa safaris. Okay, I would have loved that. Okay, but those certainly complicated countries require a little bit more help. Correct, logistic can be complicated. If I were, I tell you, for instance, if I were to visit to go to Australia, I would not take a guided tour. I wing it. Correct. Correct. It's a
well, you know what? The problem is if you don't know that the thing is with Australia, everything wants to kill you.
Not everything. Koalas are pretty safe.
Everything except for Roy. Roy's the only person that isn't going to try to kill you if you go to Australia.
Never know that.
But well, I mean, if you were in, let's say you went to if you were going to go now and say I want to take photographs in the Middle East, you got to really think twice about whether you really want to go to the Middle East. I mean, anywhere in the Middle East. I'm not saying it has to be a hot spot where people are shooting each other, but depending on where you're thinking about, depending on the government and how people feel about people from a certain country, you may put yourself at high risk. So
sure. As I said, the countries that are complicated, correct? It's different issue. I went to Egypt, long time ago. It was in the 80s, and we took some tours. And at one time we ditched the tour because you wanted to have a little bit of freedom.
Control.
Right? Wouldn't you love to go to Egypt right now and capture? No. I mean, just from the point of I want to get some beautiful shots of the pyramids and this, that, and the other. But you probably would not do it now because you might not make it home. No. You probably wouldn't do
it. I'm sure that people. I mean, look, we talk about that all the time. I mean, the Red Sea, that's one of the mecca for scuba diving, correct?
Oh, sure. Yeah, the Red Sea's like top-notch place. Hammerhead sharks. Oh, geez. Yeah.
So there were places in Egypt that you could go on yourself, correct? But not now. When we did it in the 80s, we actually took some tours, but at one point, for certain things, we said, no one to be with a tour, correct? Because it was, like Roy saying, too constricted. Would I do it now? Of course not, correct? But
yeah, that's the sad part is there's so many places in the world that would be wonderful to go to and capture images and see, whether it be for their art or their history or their architecture or what have you, that, like you said, maybe back in the 60s or the 70s, you could do it and you wouldn't even think twice about it. You would just hop on a plane and you would go. And now you wouldn't think twice about
But,
going.
but for instance, me, of course, I lived there for a while as well, right? I would not go with any tour to Europe. Because, correct? In Europe, you can. I mean, you don't need any. I mean, you have to research. You need to know where to go, correct? Find where the hotel. And that's I did that when we didn't have the access to the phone and GPS. When you want to when traveling, you have to take a map. Actually, that was funny the other day. I was listening to a program, changing the subject slightly. That there was this kind of I think it's a movie that is in the theaters at this moment. One of these apocalyptic movies, correct? And one of the premises, Jeff, you will laugh about that here that we are a little bit on the older side. But one of the premises of that movie is that the apocalypse come, there is no internet, correct, and no GPS, and people cannot move from one place to another because they don't know how to travel with a map.
Paper map survivalist thing.
Yeah, remember when you'd go into the gas station and you'd buy a big Randall McNally map that was like gigantic. You'd open it up on your steering wheel while you were driving, and you'd be like driving and figuring things out as you went.
And giving it to the wife, and she doesn't know which way to hold it up.
Exactly.
Yeah. Or when it continues on to the next page, that's when it always got hairy.
Exactly.
You're like following it, and it's like, oh, well, it doesn't, it just stops. I go, flip the page, go to the next page.
It led to a lot of marital dispute, as Roy.
I remember it well.
But I tell you, I mean, we all did it, correct? I mean, I actually love maps, correct?
I do too. Something that you get to look at them.
Actually, my wife still complain that I fight with the lady that is telling me the instructions, and I said, "Yes, I fight the lady because the lady is wrong. I know this is the other way to go there."
I got an image sent to me from James Eads here. Okay. He says, Merry Christmas from Southern California. So he wants me to, I just checked my email
and
quickly.
Jim sent you a joke there as well.
So I'm going to share this image that he sent.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Toy car.
Woody.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that might fit. That might have fit a few toys in it, huh?
Exactly.
You could fit a lot of Nikon gear in that. Drop the back seat.
I do like a big vehicle.
Yeah. That's the thing is the point is too here is you like 1950, but I mean in the 40s. Well, even when you had the Duesenbergs and stuff like that, but you had cars that had style, and they didn't copy each other. They weren't copycats. Every brand had some unique cars that had just wonderful styling,
like the
and
cameras.
And everything now is the same. Every car is like.
That's probably why the ZF is so popular. It's just more stylish.
I tell you one story, and actually two stories about that. Sorry, today I'm story time. We go to the car, the rental, right? Jump into the car. The cars are becoming now so much computerized that sometimes when you get a rental, to get it going, and it was a good car, you don't know where in order to, changing from parking to drive, you needed to pull, there was no, lever or anything in the console, no button you needed to put your finger into below where the air conditioning controls were and pull something, and that's when you change it from, I mean, it works, but that's not the tip. Now they put all the controls in different places trying to be unique, and then every time you get a rental, you have to spend about 5 minutes figuring out how to make it move.
Mm. It's just a car. I want it simple.
The
Yeah,
last one, Roy,
even like
was in my last trip to Houston about 3 months ago. I arrived late and actually was a trip for business, and they say, "Hey, we're going to upgrade you." They gave me, and we're going to give you an EV car, correct? So I jumped into the car, and I saw that it was a hybrid. No, this was a fully EV car. Actually, it was a Mercedes EV car. It was a wonderful car. But Aranda, we know because he lives in Texas, correct? I had to go from Bush Airport all the way to the Energy Corridor, which is on the, going to San Antonio, and correct. So I'm driving on the highway there, and the thing say, "Hey, you have 10 miles of charging." The stupid people from Avis gave me the car with no charge,
Yep.
and that was like 12 o'clock in the evening, correct? So I actually, my wife called me, "Hey, you haven't told, are you in the hotel?" "No, I'm not in the hotel, I'm having this problem." So I actually checking in a different hotel because I calculated. That's the good thing about mapping and having some spatial awareness, Roy, that with the, because the damn computer in the car tells you you have 15 miles to go with this charge, correct? I'm not going to be looking for a charging station 12 o'clock in the outskirts of Houston. That's going to
If you
be
can find one that
dangerous stuff.
works.
So I ended actually checking in a different hotel because I calculated that, hey, I could go to the hotel, and of course I have been in Houston many times, so I have understanding where things are. So I jump out of the road and went to the hotel and say cancel the reservation and move to this. But imagine that they give you a car. Typically you get a car with a full tank of gas. They give me a car with electric, not a hybrid, and no charge. It was crazy. I actually wrote and complained to Avis that it was dangerous actually. But so late they have problems. This time I didn't know how to get the car going, and the other time they gave me a discharge. So,
they're going to get better, I think. It's probably the future, but
yeah, I don't have any problem.
You gotta. I mean, it's going to happen whether people want it or not. It's just going to happen. I mean, something's just happening.
One thing you got to watch for is that the Chinese.
But happening and being efficient. The difference between something happening and something becoming efficient, there's a long way before you get there, because you have to have an infrastructure. Let's just think about what did people do? What did people do before the United States spent tons of money to create the highway system in our country?
Exactly.
Okay. You just didn't travel very far. Did those people? They just didn't travel very far. They were on horse buggies or whatever.
Chemist shop.
They didn't travel far. Simple as that. So you could say, like what one might say now about electric cars being limited, blah 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 blah. Well, at one time you had horse and buggy, right? You could say, there's an automobile now that runs on gasoline. Well, there's not very many gas stations. I can't go far because there's not. There it isn't like all of a sudden there were a million gas stations when they invented the automobile, right? You might have only had a handful. Maybe you could travel a couple hundred miles, but you couldn't travel cross country for a long, long time. And it's going to be the same way with electric vehicles. Eventually you have the infrastructure, right? But it'll happen. It'll happen. It may not happen.
And the company goes bust. The car doesn't run anymore. It's linked to the company.
That car that they got in Houston, it was great. I tell you what, after I managed to, because the next day when I, woke up, is where the hell do I find a charging station nearby with the 3 miles of range that I have that I can get in time? So I managed to get a station. Actually, it was a Chrysler dealer, and I then figured out how to plug the damn thing into a full charge. It took 45 minutes.
Yeah, you're lucky. That's quick.
That is quick.
Most of them are overnight.
But I agree with Greg. What you need is a long extension cord. Actually,
Yeah.
the Dan car comes with an extension cord, correct? Because some people can.
Well, you get all together, and you have to have the beam me up Scotty thing, like from Star Trek. You can say, "Okay, hop in the tube, hit the button, atomize yourself, pop the other side of the country, and then you're there, right?"
That'll never happen.
So today was trip and tribulation of traveling in the modern world with new cars and car rentals.
Yeah. Well,
Well, you know, they have a car in Europe that's all solar panels around the whole vehicle, and it's only like
You can't generate enough power from solar panels in the
No.
area of a car to power it, though. It's only a boost for the batteries that are already there.
yeah, but things will continue to go, whether we like it or not. Change happens.
I think most people get charge up in their garage anyway, not at a charging station.
I mean, a car like that right now, if you are looking at it for, I drive 20 minutes to work, and I drive back, and I gotta
plug
get
it in your house.
and I gotta get groceries, and I gotta go to church, and I gotta do this for a daily commuter car. There's nothing wrong with it. If you're going to travel cross country, then good luck. But
I tell you that little, it was like a small Mercedes SUV that was electrical. One thing for sure, the acceleration, it has like a pickup, like the acceleration, like
Very powerful.
your Corvettes.
Oh yeah, the torque in an electric motor
Exactly
will blow away a regular car.
Exactly. So
There's
you
no
put the acceleration.
question about that. The torque you can get from an electric motor can blow away a car.
Yeah. So it's not like there, but it's just that my complaint was, hey, don't give me a car. Don't
give you a dead car.
Exactly. and because certainly not at 12 in the, the infrastructure is not so visible, correct? I believe eventually you will go to a gas station and you have both, correct? EV station.
I think petrol stations will probably fade away as petrol cars.
Yes, sure.
In Europe, they're going to ban petrol cars soon, but some year I heard, which is a worry.
Oh, of course, because all these transitions are sometimes difficult to predict. The place. Actually, there are places still state here, correct? Like going to Wyoming, that even with your gas vehicle, you have to plan. Okay, when I'm going to take gas because you can run out of gas, correct?
Yeah.
And insurance threat is the same, correct? That you take one of those long roads, you need to know where you're going to put your gas, correct?
Well, if you're in Texas and you're driving through Texas and you're driving with a E450, a Ford E450 on your RV, you ain't gonna get far. You darn well better know exactly where the gas stations are. I had an E450 RV, 32-footer. Let me tell you,
wow,
that thing you could hear the vehicle going, drinking the gasoline, man. You better know where the gas stations are, and the ones that you could drive under without removing the roof of your air conditioning unit on top of the roof of your RV because you don't have enough height. So it's not only finding a gas station; it's finding a gas station that you can fit the vehicle in.
Exactly.
But anyway, let's get back to photography. If a Z6 III comes out and the specs look good, and they should be better than a ZF because you're going to pay $500 more for it, at least $500 more.
Depends on what you want in it.
So the thing is, how many people are waiting to buy it?
I'm waiting to see it to decide if I want a ZF. If it's got 2 USB ports, I'll buy it.
We're all making the assumption, including the rumor channels, we're all making the assumption, and everybody has for over years now, that it's going to be $2,500.
Could be even cheaper.
It could be cheaper. Could be.
They could have 2 CF Express cards in there too. So
that'd be nice. I'd like that. I think one of each would be more expected though. An SD and a CF Express. At least it doesn't have a CF Express A.
Right.
That would kill it.
Yeah.
XQD would be better.
But I'm wondering how many people in the chat. I mean, we don't have a lot in the chat now. We're down to 22 people, but how many people in the chat have been biting their fingernails waiting and waiting for a Z6 III? Or actually more interesting is, I'm sure there are a lot of D850 users that still have not switched to mirrorless yet, because in all fairness, not everybody had $5,500 to buy a Z9, and not everybody has $4,000 to buy a Z8. And you want something that's priced, I believe, and Roy, and you guys can correct me, I think when the D850 came out, it was around $2,500.
Wasn't here.
I think.
About 6,000 here.
Actually, I can look at my.
Well, right now it's selling for about 22, right?
Still a good camera for many.
Yeah,
if you shoot wildlife and that, there's nothing wrong with it.
I'm going to look up. I have the prices I paid for mine written down here on a sheet of paper. I just have to bring up the file. When I bought my. Okay, I'm wrong. When I bought my first D850, January 30th of 2018, it was $3,296.
That's what I'd expect.
When I bought my second D850 on April 11th of 2020, so we're not even talking, we're talking basically little over 2 years later. I got a $300 rebate not from Nikon. I got a $300 rebate from the dealer I went through, and I paid $26.99 in 2020.
That's a good.
That was a good deal. That was a good deal back then. And now, if you go to B&H, which I'm going to do right now, and you type in a D850.
I got 2,500.
I'm surprised they're still selling them.
You're $2,500.
Yeah, still selling them.
Yep. Oh yeah.
And they got the Z7 II, $200 less than that.
So if you're a D850 owner, and like I said, you can't afford you couldn't afford, the Z8 at $4,000 or the Z9 at $5,500. You could afford a Z7 II right now, or you'd be able to afford a Z6 III if it comes out at $2,500. See, that's what I was hoping for, that I would be able to get a mirrorless camera that did what I wanted it to do, that wasn't going to cost me more money than what I paid for my D850. Now, that just because of product availability and the way Nikon, they came out with their flagship. So boom, okay, here's the price point on the flagship. I'm like, okay, I'm not 30 anymore. I'm like, how long do I want to wait for the $2,500 camera? That has enough in it that I like, So I had two D850s, so I had to sell a D850 and my 200 to 500 lens, and I sold a small mirrorless camera that I had that wasn't worth a lot of money, and that paid for 2/3 of my, or 3/4 of my Z9 purchase. So that's what I had. That's what I had to do. But I could see where, you know, there's a lot of D850 people out there that want to switch, but they want
Still a good camera, and the lenses are so cheap now.
Yeah. I mean, the main thing is if you don't shoot video, if you're never going to shoot video,
that's the point.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with a D850. And the only thing you're missing out on is the benefits of, okay, with a D850, let's be honest, if you were a D850 shooter and me shooting wildlife, okay, I'm like using the group autofocus mode or whatever, and I'm putting it in the frame where I want that cluster of autofocus points, you know, and I'm tracking my subject and I'm taking the shots. You're going to chimp. You're going to look at some of those shots and you're going to see what your exposure is and you're going to see how it looks. You're going to have to take your eye away from the camera. You're going to look at the back of the screen. You're going to say, oh, I want to adjust my exposure compensation to +1.5 or whatever, you know, birds in flight in the sky. That particular bird, I want to be +1.5. I didn't have it at +1.5. It's not as good as I want it to be. But you got to chimp. You got every once in a while, you got to chimp. Whereas with the mirrorless, the big advantage, even if you don't shoot video at all, is you can put the histogram inside your viewfinder.
Exactly.
And you can adjust your f-stop or your shutter speed, whatever your preference is, or your exposure compensation, and you can make sure that you're not clipping. You can do that real time. And that is something that saves you. It saves you time. It gives you better images right off the get-go. And that is a huge advantage. So for some people that say, I don't care about video, well, even if you don't care about video, but you want to have a better chance of getting the proper or a workable exposure with your software program, okay, mirrorless has great benefits to you, whether you shoot video or not.
And on the D850, the 3D tracking never worked very well.
No, 3D tracking was pretty crappy. I never used 3D tracking with the D850.
I do now, but I didn't then because it was terrible.
Without a doubt, a D850 with good glass, image quality,
Image
will
quality.
produce as good as the Z9 or the
Yep.
Z8.
Yep.
With the equal quality glass. No doubt about it.
Yep.
Now, do you get more keepers with the Z9? Do you get more than the D850? I probably say yes, because at the autofocus system, when you say the fact that you can check your exposure is a better tool. Don't necessarily produces or it produces equally good image quality, correct?
Yeah.
But the other one you have to work harder, correct?
Yeah.
I think we have to work very hard on both of them, just in different areas.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and the thing is, you go back even further and you look at and you look at what people did with film cameras. Okay, people were doing motor car races with film cameras. Okay, and I remember as a kid getting every photo magazine you could buy. I mean, I had too many subscriptions to magazines of all sort, audio magazines and camera magazines, and you would get the pros saying, if on a 36 roll of film, if I get two good shots out of that roll, I'm happy.
That's right.
Two out of 36. If I got two images I could use and make money off of out of a 36 exposure roll, they were happy.
That's why you carry more than one body in those days too, just to get more shots, more keepers.
But but Jeff, going back to your point, is there are still people waiting to migrate from the D850 to a new camera, and the question is what that price for that camera should be.
Right.
Is it the C8 or is something like the Z6 II or the Z7 III?
Well, I think based on what the ZF does at $2,000. Right, and what the ZF can do at $2,000, and you throw another 500 theoretical, another 500 on top of that, you're going to have the Z8. You're going to have a lot of the Z8 and Z9 autofocus capabilities and subject detection capabilities in the Z6 III because you have them in the ZF, so they're not going to make it worse than the Z6 III. So for those who said I bought my DA50 in 2020, I spent $2,500 for it. I don't want to spend more than $2,500 again. The Z6 III, I think, is going to fit that bill for them, that they're going to be able to get a camera that does what they want it to do. Autofocus, it gives them the perks from a Z8 and Z9 in that $2,500 body. And I think that's when you're going to see the rest of the D850 users are going to finally migrate over and buy a mirrorless camera.
Not everyone needs that AF from the Z8, Z9 either. That's mainly birders and wildlife and sports. Everyone else doesn't really need it that good.
Yeah, and if you don't, because you're doing studio portraits or you're doing people or street photography, then buy a refurb or a currently lowball priced Z6 II or
$1,800
now.
right now.
Still a good camera
right now.
Yeah,
And you'll be good to go.
If you don't have to crop, for sure the 24 megapixels is more than enough. If you have to, like you were talking before about your issue with your bird the other day, that you have to crop and crop and crop to the point. I mean, that's why you need the 45 megapixel of the Z9 and the DA50 by that matter, correct?
Yeah.
and Z7 II is also 45.
And the Z7, yes. The Z7
Greg's asked me if I sold to private parties. No, I actually got rid of my D850 to KEH before the prices crashed on it. So I got a reasonable price for it. I got a fair price for it. If I waited literally 2 months later, the price went right down the toilet. So now I would not. Now my remaining F-mount glass I'm keeping because I'm not going to sell. I'm not going to sell a lens that I spent $1,000 for and sell it for $150.
I think you're working at how I ended up with so much gear.
Yeah. It's just that it's almost a matter of principle. I'm not going to sell it for that cheap. I mean, I'd rather donate it to a kid. I'd rather donate it to someone who's starting off in photography and can't afford something. I'd rather give it to somebody as a gift.
Yeah. But the market will stabilize, correct? It's just that markets in this type of marketing transition, actually, probably some of those prices for the F-mount will rebound, correct? After all these passes. But
still selling, which surprised me.
This
People still buying new 850s.
This is an important question here. I am a big proponent of not buying third-party batteries for any Nikon camera,
unless you're putting them in the battery grip. Then they're safer.
I had problems buying a off-brand battery for my my D850, and the whole thing started acting stupid and whatever, and then I sent it back to who I bought it from, and I said, ship me the manufacturer's battery, and I never had a problem. The
trouble is when a battery goes bad, it can kill the camera.
Yeah, if you're spending, think about it, you're spending $2,500 for the camera, D850. Let's say you bought it when it was $2,500, and let's say the battery's $200, and you're looking to buy a battery that's $79. So some people would say, well, if you can afford $2,500 for the camera, why wouldn't you spend the extra money for a battery that you know is going to not cause you a problem? You're saving $120 and you're taking a risk. So I myself personally choose not to buy aftermarket batteries anymore.
If you put them in a grip, though, there's less danger. If it goes bad, it's only going to kill the grip.
Yeah.
One good thing about the DA50 is the fact that you could also, in emergency situation, you could put AA batteries, correct?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
had.
And,
Yeah,
And it took these.
exactly.
yeah,
And it took those exactly.
yeah.
So having that flexibility is good. By the way, that's another thing, correct? With the Z8 and Z9, when you are like just
Well,
doing
you had three options, Gustavo, with the D850 grip. You
Yeah,
had
Yeah,
three sorts
you
of
had the
batteries.
large battery. You had two of the smaller ones that went on another piece,
that's right.
and you had the AA. So you had three options.
Exactly. So so
I was-
so so when I was working with the D850, I always have, the a bunch of AA's, particularly the alkalines, ready because I knew that if I was in a pinch, I could stick it in and get.
I
And
was
you get
running a
full too.
D5 as well, so I had these with me. So I was
But
lucky.
but certainly for these newer cameras, the C8 and C9, I do recommend at least having three. I have three batteries for each, correct? Because like in this trip, sometimes I had to carry two and leave the other one charging. That's what I was surprised the last time that the battery gave me the blinking light about resetting memory or something. It took forever to recharge, correct? And it was no use to see that. But it recharged fantastic and it was okay. So these new cameras are more battery hungry. So for sure, if you are in a outing like that, long trip, 15 days photo trip, three batteries. Actually, that's an inconvenience, Jeff, talking about the system. That you, as like me, ended with the Z9, but the natural camera for me would have been the Z8. Right? If the C8 and the C9 would have come at the same time, I probably would have bought the C8 and not the C9.
If I
Oh,
was working, I get two Z9s.
yeah, yeah.
Although I like the vertical grip, but it's just because of the order the camera came,
Mm.
uh, because I would have bought the prosumer rather than the professional camera. Right?
Yeah, I would. I would have too. I will admit I would have too. If the Z8 came out first for what and it was the same, did what it does now. Wasn't like compromised. Mini Z9 or whatever you want to call it at
Exactly.
$4,000. I would have bought the Z8 instead. But now
Hey,
having had the Z9, I mean, I do understand what some people try to equate the cameras like they're exactly the same, and they're not. I mean, there is a reason. You throw the battery grip on the Z8, you're at $4,500, so you're $1,000 less. So you say, okay, what am I paying for that $1,000? Well, you do have some features firmware wise that are in a Z9 that are not in a Z8. You have the larger batteries.
oh, the
You have
GPS.
you don't overheat the camera with the video. You have
GPS.
CFEB cards. You have the two CFEB cards. You have enough advantages if you can deal with the size and the weight. Okay, that's an important factor. If you could deal with the size and the weight, you have enough differentiation to justify that $1,000 difference versus a Z8 with the battery pack, in my opinion.
Oh, I would have that would have been my choice too.
Yeah, yeah, but but hey, it's like I'm not. It was very painful for me to pay that kind of money for a camera. I never in my lifetime ever thought I would pay that kind of money for a camera.
Well, because we have known that those cameras are going to be superseded by another more capable cameras in the future, correct? In camera replacement in type of newer models, I would skip one model and then get to the next one, correct? So that's why I
Yeah.
went from the D300 to the D800 and then to the D850, correct? So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I went I went D100, D200, D300. I had a D3S and D850, and then the Z9.
Yeah.
And I can see, obviously, because of my advancing age, I'm gonna hit a point in my life where I say that's the last one I'm buying. I'm done. That's it. You know, I'm not gonna buy a new camera if I'm 90 years old. I don't think, you know. So at some point I'm gonna say I'm where I'm good enough now for the next 10 years where I could still get around or whatever and do what I want to do, you know. I'm not there yet, but you know, I might still have one or two cameras in me yet, but
Exactly.
but at some point I will say time out, I'm done.
Well, probably we reach to that point with the glass first, because the glass doesn't need to be replaced that quickly.
Yeah.
Glass is forever.
Exactly.
That's right.
Yeah.
Camera's out date, but glass is
But I
forever.
do agree with David. Indeed, the C9 and the C8, I use them differently. I just describe it how I use it differently.
Mm.
They are different cameras. They have different use.
They feel differently too.
Yeah.
So you were asking how many people in the group here. Oh, how many people do we have down?
Oh, in the chat as well, and would buy a
Yeah,
Z6
20.
III. If let's say the Z6 III, just throwing out the specs, higher frame rate than what you have now with a Z6 II. You could shoot 6K and internal ProRes, and let's just assume you have one CFEB card. It sticks with those one CFEB card and one SD card, so it's not better than the Z8 because it's priced lower. And you have an optional battery pack as well, you know, when you have all that kind of stuff. Would you buy that camera, or are you good with what you have, or are you waiting for Nikon's version of a global shutter camera? You know, where do people sit? You know, where do people in the chat sit right now? Are they content? Are they focusing more on their glass, you know, filling in the gaps with their lens lineup, or getting better lenses, and gonna sit back and hang on to their camera body longer before they make the switch? I wish I could do a poll really, and see what direction people are going.
So Rakesh say no. So I presume Rakesh means no C6 III.
No Z6 III.
I'm
Well,
going
then
to
get a Z6 II. I mean, you know,
They're still selling even the original one, are they not?
Yeah.
I
Right?
don't know.
Nothing wrong with the Z6.
I mean, aren't they still selling the original one? If you go to
Yeah, if you can find it.
if you go to let's see if
Well, you can get it refurbished, but I don't think they're selling them brand new. You just have to buy them.
So Rakesh, that is a yes on the C7 III or no on the C7 III?
I had a Z7 II and I didn't like it. I sold it.
Okay.
yeah, the Z6 is not listed on B&H at all. You'd have to buy a used one. And Z6 II they have $400 off on it right now. You could buy a Z6 II with a shoulder bag kit, and
That's a sign there's a new one coming out, isn't it?
for $1,596.
That's a good buy.
That's a good buy.
Nothing wrong with that
You
camera.
know, get cheaper when the new camera comes in,
Yeah.
or unless they try to sell it.
Or yeah, I mean that $400 off right now for holiday savings. When the new one comes out, it's going to be $400 less. Period.
Yeah.
Is what's going to happen.
So Fel say that he's happy with the C8.
Come on.
So he will not wait for the C7, C6 III.
Well, the Z8's a far superior camera anyway.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, everybody makes a different decision. It's like I decided, and I'll be proven. I'm not yet 100% sure if I I'm happy with what I did, but whether I really did the right thing, maybe I don't know yet. But I'm happy with what I did. But I got the Z9, and I said, well, okay, do I want to get a Z8? Do I want to get a refurbed a Z9 for $4,500 through Nikon USA? I could get a refurbed one for $4,500, and at one time they had a refurbed one that was even cheaper than that. It was like $4,300, I think, at one time. So I'm like fighting with myself. I says, or do I want to get see what the Z6 III is when it comes out or whatever? And I ended up being very impressed and still am with the ZF. And I'm like, the ZF, I'm like, I want something for, if I want something for B-roll, perfectly fine for that. I want something that's that's for carrying around, general purpose photography. It definitely fits the bill for that. Can I use it for throw the 24-120 on it and get pictures of birds that are closer to me that are in large groups so I could fit the whole group in, which I can't do with a 500 PF or a 800 PF. I want to get the whole group and I want to get the environment. I can do that with the ZF with a 24-120 and yet I could still put the 1-400 on it if I wanted to as well. I could put the 1-400 on that and put the 180-600 on the Z9 or the 800 PF on the Z9. You know what I'm saying? And carry two bodies. So it's going to work for me, and I saved myself a significant amount of money. But if money was no object, I probably would have bought another Z9 refurb. But
I think the Z9's a more workhorse camera. The Z8's more flexible.
I mean, I don't worry about the weight too much. I mean, obviously, you just look at me.
We carry more weight than the cameras. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, my arm weighs more than the camera does.
Especially if you're using big lenses.
Fel says, how do you guys like the ZF? Some people seem to hate it. I think the people who might hate it are the people who
don't have one.
Well, some people that may hate it may say, well, I don't like manually adjusting the knobs as much as I thought I might. It's too retro. But the bottom line is
that was the purpose.
All you got to do is put your shutter speed in the right position, and you can adjust your f-stop and your shutter speed with the front and rear dials, just like you would with a Z8 or a Z9 or a Z6 III. And if you haven't read your manual and understand how to set up your camera, all you got to do is put it in a certain position with your shutter speed, and you can adjust both the same way as you would adjust your Z8 or your Z9. So that if that's what you're hung up on, then change your camera settings so that you're using the dials. But then that's half the fun of it is the retro part for me. That's
part of the fun for the people that like that.
but that's why if some people didn't like it, if you don't like it, then you'll buy the Z6 III probably when it comes out.
I don't like the grip on the ZF. That's about all. Apart from that, it looks a good camera.
But Roy, look, somebody complained that they bought a retro camera and it's too retro. That was a bad purchase, correct?
Right. If you don't like a retro camera, if you never liked a retro camera or you never liked using a SLR, don't buy the camera. Just don't buy the camera. And the grip thing is a poor excuse because you spend whatever it is, less than $50, and you can put a grip on it that works perfectly fine. That makes it big enough to put on a telephoto lens. So that and I could hold that camera with that grip with one hand. I'll cradle, as I always do. I hold the camera with one hand and I balance the camera. I balance the lens in my other hand. Okay. I don't hold the camera with two hands. I hold the camera with one hand, and my other
That's good
hand
to hear.
hand is on the lens. Unless it's a very small lens, then I don't have to do that. But yeah, I don't know. There's always going to be this. It's not going to work for everybody, and that's why you have more than one camera to choose from.
I think it's a better retro camera than the Fuji. I had the X-T2 for a while till it died, but I think the ZF is probably even better design than that. If you're looking for a retro camera, at least it's usable.
I can't be foolish enough to say that if you don't like a ZF, however you want to word it, ZF, if you don't like it, you're an idiot. That would be stupid for me to say.
Different camera,
everybody doesn't like the same thing. Everybody,
of course,
you have all the factors, weight, how it feels in your hands, ergonomics, a million different things, and there is no such thing as a perfect camera, irregardless who makes it. There is no perfect camera.
But if you bought a camera that has dials, it's because you don't mind, and actually you like working with dials, so slowing down. It comes with the territory.
I got dials everywhere.
Exactly.
I don't mind dials. I don't.
It depends on if the dials help you get the job done quicker or not.
Yeah, I mean, is it as quick?
No.
As one without dials? No. But I'm not using it for that. Primarily using it for that genre of photography where I have to be able to make the changes quickly. It's more of I'm looking at the scene, I'm deciding what I want to do, I'm taking my time, and if I need to do the settings quickly, then I'm going to change it so I'm using the front and rear dial, and then I can change the settings quickly. So
the quickest is buttons. Lots of buttons.
Buttons.
Well, my Z9, that's the quickest way to do things.
Yeah, I like buttons, but you know what? If you give me too many buttons, it doesn't help me because I can't remember which one is for. Like I have too many options at that point. Too many options just confuse me. I can't memorize. If I don't use a certain option a lot, but I programmed it because I said, well, it would be neat. I'll put I'll program this button to do this. But I'm mainly using two or three things that I'm worrying about. If I had choices 4, 5, 6, and 7, I'd probably never use them anyway, even if I could, because
I think the best button layout was on the D850 and the D5.
So David is leaving the chat here.
David, have a good one, man. I hope you enjoyed visiting your son and your family and having a good time, because that's what this time of year is all about. That's what
Hope he enjoys all those flares tonight.
And hopefully you can get out there, because they say the Aurora Borealis is in an exceptional way right now. I don't know for how many more days, or nights. So hopefully you can take advantage of that another night.
And show us the pictures.
Yeah.
He's been using his DSLRs for that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's a good reason why people still use them.
Yeah.
For some things they work better. Not many, but some.
And the stands don't start jumping around. So they rotate a little bit, but or they air rotate and they move in the frame, but not that fast.
So we'll see you on the panel next week, David, which obviously next week will be the last show before Christmas. And then if you want to see a show on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, whichever, keep an eye out on Chuck's channel, AP Studios. He's saying that he may go live for the holiday.
Wow.
So he did comment on that he may go live for the holiday, because he asked me if I was doing anything on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, and I said no.
Go bother him.
I'm not going to. But if he happens to come on, I will, and I'm free. I will definitely. I'll ask for an invite. So and I'll come on with him. And but that'll be cool if he feels up to doing that. That would be cool.
That would be fantastic.
Yep. So.
Oh, McDonald's, huh?
Oops.
Yeah, I didn't even have dinner tonight. I had McDonald's for lunch. Yeah,
I like lunch.
I had McDonald's for lunch today myself. I didn't even have any dinner.
Oh man,
I'm not a big fan, but it's food.
But my wife hasn't had McDonald's probably in 3 years. But that's why she's healthier than I am too.
She might have a point.
Yeah. I don't go there a lot. I go there. Sometimes I go there for breakfast once in a while when I'm out shooting. But it's like a combination breakfast and lunch. If I go shooting early in the morning, I don't eat before I leave the house. Then when I'm done shooting, I have breakfast it's breakfast and my lunch. That's it. I only eat twice that day. I eat that meal and then I eat dinner, and that's it.
Slows you down too much, does it?
No, I'm just in a hurry to get. I'm all amped up to take pictures, and I'm not going to eat my breakfast at 5 o'clock in the morning. So I just leave without it, and I don't drink coffee. So I bring a bottle of water with me, stick it in the car, get my gear, go where I'm going, and I worry about eating at 10 o'clock or 10:30 or whenever it is. But
you know anybody that still has a D4 or D5, D6?
Art Bear.
Art Bear's got the D4S. Yeah,
I've never had a D6. I went to the D850 from the D5. I still got them. D1, D2X, D3, D4, D5. Got the D5 somewhere. Nothing wrong with them.
No.
I sold one D850. I sold one of my old lenses the other day. I knocked.
Oh wow!
Painful.
What was that? The 58 millimeter or what?
Yeah, the old 58 1.2 knocked. Because it was still in the box, I got good dollars for it.
Oh yeah.
I might pay for a Hasselblad X2D.
Yeah, it does seem that I'm trying to think of who's. I should look them up on YouTube. I mean, some people that I watch on YouTube, I'll be honest, I'm totally ignorant if some of the people I watch are technically famous photographers. I don't necessarily. They may be very famous photographers, and I never heard of them, so I don't know that they're famous. I just say, oh, it's just some guy on YouTube that I like watching,
I tend to go by the pictures more than what they say.
But there was one guy comparing the out of camera shots from the Hasselblad versus the Fuji, and the Hasselblad to me looked significantly better.
I've tried both side by side with the old GFX and the old Hasselblad, and the Hasselblad was better. The colors were just so much better.
Yeah. But then again, you're paying for it too.
Yeah.
And then you're paying for it again with the lenses, but then you have the you could shoot at any shutter speed for your flash.
I'm gonna have to try it again with the new GFX. But then again, I've got all the lenses to the Hasselblad H, which will adapt to the new Hasselblad. I've got all these. All Hasselblad lenses, about half dozen or so of them.
So what is the crop factor number to convert? Like what would a 50 millimeter lens on what focal length would be the equivalent of a 50 millimeter lens on a 35 millimeter mirrorless camera for medium format? What focal
It
length?
depends on which one. On this, probably about 24 millimeter to get the same angle.
You get the same angle.
To get the sort of normal lens, correct?
Yeah.
Their
So
normal lens is about 80 millimeters. But it varies so much with medium format, like the GFX and the X2D. They're very small sensors, physically small sensors, whereas the old H1 is much bigger. It's about 50% bigger again. Big problem is the cost of these lenses.
Yeah.
This is a 12K lens, and that's my macro.
and you have multiples.
No, only one of these
How many millimeters, Roy?
You have multiple of that
lenses.
that
Oh,
fit
yeah.
that camera, though, is what I'm saying.
So, Roy, what is the focal length of that one?
This is a 120 millimeter
Yeah.
macro.
Okay, so that would be equivalent to
Probably
in
about 70
35
millimeter,
millimeters would be like a
60,
7.
70 millimeter lens.
Okay.
Oh no, what am I thinking? Gone the wrong way. But that's my stamp. That's
Yeah,
probably
it would,
my
be,
most used lens.
it would be less than 1 for the crop factor.
Yeah.
It would be like,
About
point
1.8 or something.
yeah, point 0.7, 0.8.
And they've all the medium format got different size sensors.
Yeah.
The X2D and the GFX have got the smallest one.
Yeah. So 0.8 would be 96 millimeters. So it'd be like 100 millimeter macro.
Mm.
A 120 would be like 100.
Yeah.
So imagine if you want to have a telephoto.
Yeah, they're huge. I think my biggest one's about 250 millimeters.
That's why they're primarily geared for landscape photographers, because you're shooting wide all the time.
But they're 16. It's 16-bit, and I can flash at any speed. And in the studio and that, they're brilliant. But it's so slow to work with that you don't want to do it all the time. If I'm doing a job, I'd probably grab the Z9 first before the medium format, unless they specifically wanted it in medium format, which some people do. Some clients will want the medium format. 150 megabyte files or 200 megabyte files.
Now the clients that want that are those for are those for billboard shots, or
Mostly, but not necessarily. They just want it sharp. You get art directors that just want it as sharp as they can get it.
So they want that even if it's just going to be on a half page or a 1 page.
Oh yeah, A4. They still want medium format.
Isn't that an overkill?
It is, but when you go medium format like that, 16-bit, the color depth is so much better. You can. It's mainly the things like the skin tones and that are so much more accurate.
Well, that's what I'm hoping is what they should be doing with the high-end mirrorless cameras is to give us that 16-bit.
One day, perhaps. I've been nagging for that for years. But you look at the 16-bit images from a Hasselblad H or something, and you can see they're really different. But they are more work. It takes longer to get them done, and the equipment's dearer, heavier.
Well, how much bigger do you think if the megapixel, if the sensor size was the same, but you went from 14-bit to 16-bit, how much larger do you think the file size would be?
4 times the size.
4 times the size.
200.
You better. then you need high efficiency star.
It depends on how they're storing it, because 14-bit is part of the 16-bit realm. So if you go from 14 to 16, it may not take any more space up, depending on what formula they're using to store it.
And of course, the camera, if it doesn't use those, if there is no information in those channels, correct? It goes away. That's why the files are never the same for the 45 megapixel camera.
Well, if you're talking JPEG and that, when I used to work in security, you could hide text files in them, and they still look good. You bury this text file within the picture. There's your data. I shouldn't have said that, because that's a security thing.
It's just like for every primary color, you're adding more variations of red, or more tones of red, or more tones of yellow or green or whatever.
That's right. And I think companies like Hasselblad, when they sell a camera, they calibrate every single camera to 100%. So the colors you're going to get are very accurate.
Yeah. So I think that I remember, right? Too late for me to do math, but the AB was 256 grades, correct? Of between the
colors,
darkers and the white on that particular channel. It was 256. So and that goes. I know it's a power law, so I know that so 16-bit must be a lot more, tremendous amount more.
It is.
Yeah.
It's I'm trying to calculate in my head, but
I'm looking it up now, so don't try to calculate.
Between 14 and 16-bit, you get 4 times the resolution.
8-bit is 256. I remember that.
It is, yes. I'm letting Jeff. It's easier.
Yeah.
Let's see. Total number of colors for 14-bit is just over 4 trillion colors, while 16-bit, it says, is technically more color. It says the stacking process itself with 14-bit or 16-bit increased the total bit depth to 32-bit. Okay, that's not what I'm trying to find here.
You can get up to 48-bit sensors, but I think it's a bit too overkill.
Let's see. Trying to get the actual number here.
When you get in that one, so Roy, did you ever work with those Fovean type of sensors?
Sorry, what sort of sensors?
I think it's called, maybe I mispronounced it, Fovean. The ones that don't have.
Oh, the ones that are in the Fujis.
No.
Or the ones that are in the who the hell was it now? I know what you're talking about. The God, who made that camera? Wasn't it like a Sigma or an Osprey?
Sigma
camera?
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be much different to most sensors.
Yeah, because at this moment, of course, for every point of data, correct, you have 2 greens, 1 red, and
a blue.
And a blue. But in the Fovean sensors, correct, you have basically at the same spot all the colors, correct? And that was the benefit at that time. Instead of, I think we use.
I didn't see any benefit.
Okay.
And you got the Fuji trans sensors as well, which just rearranges them around. The reason there's 2 green and 1 red and 1 blue is because we're more sensitive to green.
We are. I think even our own eyes are more sensitive to green. So and that's the funny part, correct? We design cameras, not the funny, but the reality. We have cameras to match our light perception.
The way we see light.
Exactly.
I'd like to get my Z6 changed to a full spectrum camera too, so I can do more infrared and UV light photos.
That would be great, right? Actually, that would be a good, uh, a good way of having the cameras, a program that allows you to work it as an, IR camera, infrared,
Yes,
on the same sensor, correct? Because at the
I've
end,
got one already, but it's old.
they are all infrared, correct, in that way.
Mm. If you ever look at the sensor on a camera, you'll see the sort of color
Yeah, exactly.
of the filter in front of it. That's the IR filter. All they do is remove that, put a clean piece of glass, which is probably what I'll do with that camera.
No, but it would be good if we could have it as in the camera itself without having to take a camera. I always thought about taking some of the older cameras and converting to IR, because I do like what you can do, correct?
Yeah, I do too. I've always liked IR. With the Kodak DCS ones, they had the filter in front of the mirror box, so they were actually removable.
Okay.
Well, John Ishii wife took some. I think she submitted some IR photos, and David Stewart did as well.
Yeah, they do it regularly.
Yeah,
I like the false color ones myself because I used to use it in film days a lot. But the black and white ones are interesting too. All the greenery looks white. The sky looks black. I like something that's different.
So do you find out how many channels is in the?
I gave up looking. I could not. All I would get was obviously more obviously more shades of a color, and more ability to better dynamic range. You can bring in more of the blacks. You get more. You save the whites. You don't clip on the whites. You can
that's it.
Bring them in. But I mean, I couldn't find the actual number. I was getting frustrated. I kept clicking on.
We do it for next week.
It's in the billions.
Next week. But and that's why when we were shooting the D1, the D100s, the D1, the D2, where we have 8-bit camera. I think even the D300 and the D3 were still 8-bit camera, correct? We needed to shift the histogram to the right because there is more information on the brighter side of the camera.
Yeah.
And with this, I noticed that with the C8 and the C9, actually, you don't have to do that much. You can properly
Those days are gone.
Yes.
New cameras are so much easier to use.
Exactly. So you have so much information that you don't need to play those tricks, correct?
But if you go from 8-bit to 9-bit, you're doubling. 10-bit, you're doubling again. 11, doubling again.
I figured out the number for next week. It's a power something.
Yes.
To the power of 8 or something like that. But
it's a big number.
But I don't remember from the top of my head.
Okay, I found it.
Okay.
You could capture 16,384 shades in 14-bit or 65,536 in 16-bit shades of color.
Compared with the
there's noticeable difference.
What about 10-bit?
I don't have a table with all the different ones. I just have found something that actually gives me the numbers for 14-bit and 16-bit.
It's exponential. I do know that it's an exponential equation for that.
I think 10-bit's 2048-bit colors.
The problem is, though, at some point you get to a place where your eyes are not good enough to tell the difference anymore.
Oh, sure.
I think the difference between 16 and 14-bit is still visible, though. When I looked at the photos, you could see the difference.
And probably the cameras already exist where we can see. But if the information is there, Jeff, then you can move it and recover it, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Because you can see even with the, I mean, we don't talk too much about processing, correct? And here we actually should talk a little bit about processing at one point. Actually, perhaps put in some slide for that, correct? What is the workflow of our community here? But because you have more information, for instance, a lot of the workflow that you can do today, all the recovery of the highlights and the low lights, that works because the information is there, correct? So even if you are in a 14B, 16B, if the information is there, basically what we do when we move the slider for low light and highlight, if we bring the information within the range that we can see it, correct? That's why you see the histogram coming all together at both ends. So having the information is the most important thing. Then we present it for
The thing
us.
with that is to make sure you shoot at the lowest ISO you can, so you get the
Exactly.
widest dynamic range.
Yeah.
Because as you go up in ISO, you lose dynamic range as well as noise, get more noise.
If we can just get the birds to slow down, damn it.
That'd be helpful, wouldn't it? Give them all Valium.
Well, and it's a tricky like lighting conditions, right? When something is that's why shooting with contrasting light during the day is so difficult, because you can see well with your eyes, which are more latitude, and then you take the camera and it looks
They're getting
bad.
better though. They're getting closer.
We're getting
They're getting
closer.
more-
Yeah, every time I'm out, I just know, okay, I can only shoot in this direction until a certain time in the morning.
Exactly.
Then it's like I could see the most interesting thing with my eyeballs going on that side, and I know well enough to not even waste a click on the shutter, because it's just, I don't care what I set the camera for, it is not going to work. So you just say, forget it over there, and try to like throw fish in the water on the other side of the pond to get them over there, because that's where the lighting is perfect.
Well, one day these cameras will do that, I hope.
Exactly.
They'll manage everything.
So without a doubt, there is a quality of light for sure at those hours that we like to shoot, the blue hours, the golden hour. The quality of light is different, correct? But it's also, when you exceed that, it's not only about the quality of light, it's also the capacity for the sensor to record things, and then in the post-processing for us to adjust it so it looks better. And the cameras are getting much better at that, correct? The recovery of the highlights, but you still have to be careful how you expose it so that you preserve the majority information. Like, again, we were talking about the EV exposure compensation, correct?
Yeah.
Dial.
Hopefully we won't need that forever. One day
Exactly.
the camera will take as good a pictures as we can see. Generally, the lower the base ISO of a sensor, the better dynamic range it's got.
Yeah, that's why there's a bit of respectably negative talk about the
global shutter.
The global shutter being at such a higher base ISO than a non-global shutter, because the dynamic range is not going to be as good. Now,
it's too early to decide.
No one can say by how much, because no one's tried it yet.
It's too early to even.
Yeah,
it could be another year before it comes out.
Yeah,
but some people have the cameras already, correct? Some of these influencers,
I don't think they do.
Well,
they may do, but the only global shutters I've seen are in high-end video cameras.
No. What I'm saying is that the Sony 8 Alpha 9 III is already with some people, correct?
It could be, but I think if it's coming out in 6 months' time, it's still a bit too early to be going around.
I think even Fro mentioned that he had one, but it's not. What they don't give them to them is I think they have software version like 0.8, right? That doesn't allow them to shoot. So they give the camera, Roy, but in an older version, like a beta testing version, that is like 0.8, 0.9, that doesn't allow them to record raw. So they still only can use the camera in JPEG, right?
Who knows? I don't know. I haven't seen one. I don't think I will for a while. I'd love to. I like the Sony A9 too. I thought that was a very good camera. A few more megapixels, it would suit my use. But I think the way the A9 III is specified at the moment, it's only going to be good for event photographers and maybe sports photographers and very rich bird photographers, because it's going to be expensive and very specialized. I think at the
Best
A9 III. at the
photographers
moment.
need the megapixels, Roy. I can tell you, we never have sufficient focal lengths. Never, we never have sufficient megapixels.
Well, that's what people ask for, but it's not what they need.
So
We need dynamic range and more, and 16-bit would be nice.
of course. But I was saying that your assertion that this will be for bird photographers, I don't think so.
I do because of the type of camera it is. It's not enough megapixels for most professional use.
Let me put it this way: this is me, correct? That and I would like to ask Jeff or Randall yourself. If they come, let's not talk about Sony, but if they come with a mythical Z9H with a global shutter and only 24 megapixel, I wouldn't go for the camera.
I wouldn't buy it if it had Nikon slapped on it. If it said Nikon and it was 24 megapixel global shutter, I wouldn't buy it.
The thing is, event photographers don't need the megapixels.
I want the resolution from a higher megapixel camera. I want to be able to have more flexibility with cropping. Because if I like the photo I showed last week of the red-shouldered hawk, I said if I had the bird in the same location on a 24 megapixel camera, I would have to make a 6x9 print versus versus one and the next size up or whatever.
Exactly.
And I would rather have that flexibility to even if I crop, I end up with an image size that's respectable for making a minimum 250 to 300 dot per inch print.
Exactly. You pass and wait until there is global shutter on a 45 megapixel camera, right? If the global shutter is of that consequence.
Yeah, but I think event photographers and wedding photographers, they don't use more than 24 megapixels now, so it's not going to affect them.
Right.
And even the sport photographers, correct? They
don't need more than 24.
They got a little bit more control, correct?
Right.
What if a wedding? Back in the days when a wedding photographer shot film, or back when I got married, let's put it this way, most people, if a large print for an album for your wedding photography was maybe an 11x14 or an 8x10. You got a bunch of 4x6 proofs, and you went through them and you picked out a handful, and you either got an 8x10 and 11 or 11x14 and in your package, and that was it. So realistically, a 24 megapixel camera is more than capable of providing that same size print now. That you don't need anything bigger than that for doing a wedding or doing a.
Well, they're not using, most wedding and event and sports photographers not using more than 24 megapixels now.
Yeah,
they've got things like sports photographers. They've got to upload the files to their base.
Go to JPEG.
And wildlife photographers will buy anything, so they'll buy it. No, I can see it being a wedding photographer's dream camera, the A9 III.
Well, and also where you have all these, that they say in an event, you have all these lights that you cannot control.
The A9 III, you've got the shutter at any speed, sync at any speed. That makes a big difference.
So
Makes everything easier.
I just Googled, does global shutter matter? And
Well,
I
we
got a
don't.
video coming up saying surgeon struggles to remove a live snake from a woman's hair in a viral video.
What?
How
That's
appropriate.
Google. and some talked about global shutter, but then all this story came up, and I'm saying, what? Do you need a global shutter just to view that? Wow.
The thing is, the global shutter is going to be expensive. The only advantage is for flash. You can flash at any speed. People like me that don't like using high-speed sync or hypersync. Hypersync and high-speed sync both use too much power and produce flaky results. Whereas if you can flash at any speed, you're much better off.
Yeah, I mean, I think for those who use flash photography a lot, that's where it's a benefit the most.
Mm.
Wildlife, I'll respectfully disagree with Flintlock that a 24 megapixel global shutter.
People that shoot wildlife will buy anything.
With wildlife, I don't see it.
They buy anything.
I don't see it. I don't.
They
see
just
it.
buy and buy.
You know
and
what?
buy.
I don't shoot at 20 frames a second hardly ever. I don't need to. I don't put my Z9 and shoot 120 frame per second JPEGs. I don't. I mean, if I was shooting an Olympic event and I had somebody doing a track and field thing or something, and I had to get that moment where the leg is just over the hurdle, you're jumping over the hurdle or something like that, I don't know, maybe, but I mean, I'm not a sports photographer, okay? And for wildlife, I mean, 20 frames per second is more than adequate. 20 frames per second raw is more than adequate. 30 frames per second. A1's got 30 frames per second, basically 13-bit, 20 frames per second. I mean, 30 frames per second, way more than adequate. I mean, 120 frames per second raw at 24 megapixels. How many?
I liked about the A1 was a
How many images? Oh, I know how it captures everything in one fell swoop, but you don't need that. The speed of the processor and the scanning rate on the current cameras, whether it be an A1, a Z8, or a Z9, is so fast. You're not dealing with wavy propeller blades or wavy wings with a bird in flight or anything else. I mean, you don't have a rolling shutter problem with those cameras now. So it's a benefit for flash photographers doing weddings and
flash is a benefit, not much else,
and stuff like that, and extreme high speed shooting conditions. And I'm not shooting birds that go as fast as a bullet, so I don't need 100.
Even then, I don't think so.
I'm sure there will be some special. I mean, look, if they give you a camera in the future, Jeff, that has the option for 120, fine. You don't have to use it.
Right. I don't have to use it. It's there. That's fine.
Exactly. And then eventually, there is something here that requires that, then you put the button. But I tell you, I took a photo. Actually, I was showing one of the show. We went to the beach and there was somebody throwing fishing, and I said, "Oh, that makes a nice composition." The guy there, the landscape, if you're taking landscape, you introduce a human doing something, it adds to the landscape, correct? So I tried to take that photo, but the guy is with a rod. Now, so he's fishing from the shore with a long rod. Those are, they actually bend, correct?
Yep.
So I actually took it with a purpose. We're showing one of the show that I said, look, this is the the bending effect. It's not the bending effect. The actual rod is bending, but to show the limitation of the C9.
You could say, yeah, look, if it was a global shutter, it wouldn't be bent.
Yes, but it's bent. It's supposed to bend, correct? To get that extra, the whip effect, correct? On the tip of the rod. But so the guy was casting, correct? And then, I mean, this guy was trying to cast far away, correct? So he was taking like a jump into the beach and then casting it. When he was doing this motion, you can see the thing was like click, going the other way around.
Well, Flintlock's talking about faster autofocus. Well, that's kind of a misnomer too. Sony's actually said that only their latest and newest lenses can focus fast enough with that A9 III. So there's going to be a lot of Sony glass that's not going to reap the benefits of what that camera theoretically can do. It's just like the flash sync at 1/80,000th of a second is really irrelevant because there's no flash out there that you can buy that's going to give you enough power at 1/80,000th of a second shutter speed to make any difference to your image at all. So to have a spec, to have a number and say, we got these great specs, if in real life you can't use it, it doesn't matter. It's like if you buy a car and they say this car can go 600 miles an hour, but they put a limiter on the car so it can't go more than 200 miles an hour, then the fact that it could go 600 doesn't really matter anymore. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. The hardware of that camera model in terms of the flash sync out is technologically more advanced than the flash technology is. So you get benefits. You get benefits because of it up to a certain point, and then you hit the line in the sand where the flash can't do any more for you, even though you can shoot at 1/80,000th of a second shutter speed.
And people forget that the actual flash sync speed of the shutter is not the flash speed of the flash, because the flash may start 10,000ths of a second while your camera set at 1/250 or 1/200. It's much faster than your shutter.
Yeah.
But I think Arthur Flintlock is saying that indeed there will be lenses in the lineup that have the possibility to be updated with ensure that the motors are able to react and adjust the autofocus between frames. But I'm sure there will be other lenses, and that's what you're referring, Jeff, correct? That maybe don't have the motors don't have the capacity to move at the speed that is required to make new set of calculations and activate the motor in one over
nothing to do with the global shutter.
Sony has said this themselves.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm not making it up. You could go and do your own homework, and Sony has said this.
But Arthur is correct that some lenses will be upgradable, correct?
Well, we don't know. No. We don't know.
Probably not, because when I bought the A1, none of the old lenses I had did very well at all.
So I'm just saying it's like and it's no different with like I said, I always pick on focus stacking, right, and pixel shifting. Two things I always pick on. It's a great talking point. It's a great talking head discussion. It's a great everybody gets wets their pants and gets all excited over it. But the problem is that your conditions have to be a certain way for you to be able to take advantage of that feature. And more often than not, something is going to make it so it doesn't work that great.
But if somebody had that tool and recognize the situation, hey, I can use, okay, there is no wind in the morning and fantastic landscape.
Yeah.
Go and use it.
It works in the studio, but not outside very often.
Yeah. I mean, I can't use focus stack for macro because where I shoot is always a breeze.
Exactly.
I can't use it. It doesn't do me any good. Now, if I had a black, what I used to like to do, I have a black piece of fabric. I drape that over something, and I put a nice colorful vase with a nice colorful flower in the vase, I could do a focus stack on that and it will look fantastic, but it's in a controlled environment.
Yeah.
I'm controlling the lighting. I'm controlling, there's no movement.
That's why phase shift is all a wank.
Going to work phenomenal. But in my real world, my real use case for me, where living near the water, where you always have a breeze, I can't use focus stacking.
Nothing can be moving.
Nothing can be moving. You're going to use focus stacking at a beach scene with the waves coming in. Some people on YouTube will try to tell you that you could go in Photoshop and do some magic and make it look okay. Good luck with that.
It's not worth the work.
Not worth the work. Not worth the time. Right?
Well,
Pixel shifting is the same sort of thing anyway. So just marketing. Any camera can take 3 or 4 pictures, one over the top of the other. If you do it accurate enough, it's the same as pixel shifting.
Yeah, we got a shot here from Arthur. Let me share it with you. Beautiful shot. Give me a second here.
But those are tools, yeah, Roy. I mean, in
They're
second
just
conditions,
tools, yeah. They're just sales gimmicks to sell cameras.
Exactly. That's the problem.
I get tired of the
Marketing.
it's creative marketing.
Exactly.
And it's creative marketing. And you gotta decide if you're gonna drink the water or aren't you? You're gonna drink the water or aren't you?
Beautiful. Love the background.
Yes. Yep. Very nice.
I'm envious.
Very nice.
So what hawks are tricky. So what type of hawk is this one, Arthur? I don't think it's a red tail.
Is it a Cooper's hawk?
No, I don't think so. It's hard, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a pigeon hawk.
A pigeon. Yeah. Where's Z-Way?
Exactly when we need him.
Hawk.
Yes, hawks, but for the people that don't do that all the time.
Red tail. It says red tail hawk.
Okay. It's
You can't see the red tail on the side view, I guess.
The hawks and the eagles and all, they take time to mature. The plumage evolve. There are many morph of different, so they can be tricky. You need to be a knowledgeable person and know your local varieties well.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that I have, that I will easily admit, that there are so many there's several variations, like you said. It's like, okay, when they're young, the coloration is different than when they're an adult, but then sometimes the color changes when they're in mating season as well.
Exactly.
Right? So you could have 2 or 3 different variations of color on the same species of bird, and sometimes the variations are so great that you're scratching your head trying to figure it out, and then you go and you look through a bird guide or something, and it just shows you a picture, and you say, well, it doesn't look like that, because they don't show you
Variations.
all the color variations for that species of bird.
It's getting better. You're getting better.
Getting better, but it's I
want a camera that tells me what bird.
Actor, that's a beautiful photo. Love the background. The fact that you got some color rather than blue sky, and some interesting patterns of reds and browns in the background. That was good.
Very nice photo. Very nice. Very sharp.
Jen's going to label the birds for me.
Yeah, it's I think I was mentioning earlier in the show before you were here, Gustavo, it was funny, my red-shouldered hawk, I went out to the mailbox, I think, to put some mail in the mailbox, and I was telling Roy before the show, I hear like crows going crazy. Crows are going crazy. So I lift my head up, and I see the red-shouldered hawk fly by me with like 4 crows chasing after the red-tailed hawk, chasing it away and trying to dive bomb it and attack it. And I said, it's just a way. It's just amazing that I mean, the little birds got guts, man. They will go after birds that could take them out without any trouble. They have no fear. They have no fear at all. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Well, that's the easiest way to find owls or hawks is mobbing behavior, correct? You hear something with the crows or the jays, or then you start looking. There is something here. Could be sometimes a cat or another type of prey, but they even have different calls for the sad thing, Jeff, because that happened to everybody that have feeders, correct? Like the other day, I was watching here my feeder taking a photo, and suddenly, looking like that, and one of those bird specialists, like a Cooper hawk, came and took one of the juncos, okay, the dark-eyed juncos, and so in nature you sometimes see stuff that you don't like. You cannot get even mad. I mean, you cannot move the feeders; they are there. But I tell you one thing: the birds really, really are afraid of those specialists that are predators of other birds, like these Cooper hawks. They really. It took like a day and a half for them to come back to the feeder. Nobody came to the feeder for a couple of days. They do remember.
Well, you're at the when I'm at the earlier in the week when I'm at the pond, the eagles were very active. There was a juvenile eagle and an adult eagle, very active. The juvenile was hungry, but did not successfully get anything. The adult and the juvenile attacked an osprey that did not have a fish. They attacked it to try to kill it. And I had never seen that before. They were very, very aggressive. I actually got a picture of the adult with his talons basically on the osprey.
Wow.
I'll be sharing a photo on January 6th.
That's why you need the 20 frames per second and keep it at 1/3200, so that.
But that was a shot I was telling you about. It was very far away. I had 800 millimeter. I still had to crop it quite a bit. Lighting wasn't the best, but I got a decent picture of it, and I'm going to share the photo, not where it's touching the osprey, but where the osprey is like right underneath the talons, and it's contorted, trying to evade it. But I do have a few pictures where it looks like the talons are right on the bird, but
Jesus.
I never saw anything like that before. And but I'll tell you, when that juvenile, it would go in the trees, when that juvenile would take off from the trees, as soon as it did, hundreds of ducks would all of a sudden go in flight and disappear. They
exactly.
would, all of a sudden, you would know immediately if one of those eagles was close, because the birds just took off. The eagle would go, and then you'd see the eagle, and then a few dumb birds would be hanging around, and then when the eagle went back in the tree again, all the birds would come back, but you would constantly see ton of birds fly in the sky, and then right away you're looking for not so much the ospreys, because the ospreys are 99% of the time they're eating fish. They're not going after a bird, but any kind of a hawk, an eagle, they know that they're potentially a meal, so they just boom, they try to take off and get away. But it's just so funny, because as soon as you hear all of a sudden you hear the flapping of the wings on the water, you hear and you go, okay, there must be an eagle around. You look, oh yeah, there's the eagle,
the the for sure. And I think Arthur mentioned something here that is true. That the most of the time the osprey drops the fish because uh,
Diversion.
ospreys are so much efficient fishermen, so fisher uh, eagles, correct? Than the bald eagle is good at fishing, but not as good as an osprey, correct? So the osprey say, oh, I can always get another one. Let's give this to the.
Yeah, you always, I've never seen them go after an osprey with that doesn't have a fish. Now, Flintlock's saying is if they have a fish and and then what's funny, the osprey sometimes they're like a tease. They're almost kind of stupid sometimes. The eagle could be in the tree. They'll catch the fish and they'll do a turn and they'll fly right in front of the eagle that's in the tree. It's like, are you stupid? You know the eagle is going to chase you and make you drop the fish. Catch the fish, fly the other direction. No, I'm going to catch the fish and I'm going to parade it right in front of the eagle like, ha, 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 I got the fish. And I'm going to see if anything happens. Well, you count to 3. The eagle is in the air. The osprey can look like it's, literally hundreds of yards ahead. And that eagle is just with the wingspan and the strength can catch up so quickly to that osprey. It's ridiculous. And it will make it drop it. And then it'll try to catch it before it hits the water. And sometimes the fish hits the water and the eagle doesn't get it. But many a time it can make the osprey drop it. It can then fly down quick and grab that fish in midair and gets a meal.
But you were talking about the birds bobbing, the eagles, and the problem is with these hawks that are bird specialists, correct? Because for instance, red tails, we're talking about red tails. Mostly they eat a little bit of everything, but they don't go after birds. They go after rabbits and
voles, right? Voles and
squirrels,
field mice.
The squirrels, and so the here in my area, when the rabbit population is kept by the red, but the like the Cooper hawk and those are very specialists, right? Their wings don't make noise. They know they are these. I tell you, this guy that took these juncos, these dark-eyed juncos, is like like in the dogfight from the First World War. He came from the sun, correct? He doesn't come from one branch that he's not looking. He's actually flying to this bird in the direction that the sun is pointing. So they cannot even look at him coming. It's they those bird specialists, I tell you, they fear them. Now they don't go. I know sometimes the eagles, like the ospreys, don't go for dogs and but the eagles go after even here in Corral. Sometimes you see the eagle going after the snow geese, correct? Snow geese and the Canadian geese, correct? But these little hawks that are bird specialists, wow, one show up and all the birds are gone for a day and a half.
The osprey, well, we don't get a lot of them. We're not in Sebastian Inlet in Florida, like certain person's lucky enough to live very close to that and get some phenomenal osprey shots. But when we have them, we could sit there and we could watch the osprey hit and miss 4 or 5 times before it finally gets a fish. Okay. Sure. But the few times, and they got to work hard at it. I mean, they hit the water so hard and they're under the water. Sometimes you don't even see them, and then they pop up and then they're moving around and they're trying to get out of the water. And then you see the fish in the talons, and they do their shake and they shake all the water off of them and they keep going. And I never understand, other than maybe a territorial thing where the eagle wants to say, you're in my turf. That is my fish. I'm not gonna let you fly off with my fish. You're in my territory and wants to get the fish, because it makes no sense to me from when I've seen an eagle get a fish. Eagle will get a fish and it is so nonchalant. The talons drag across the water, don't even seem to go under the water sometimes, just drag across the water like this, and then they lift up and they got a fish.
Exactly.
Simple as that. I mean, it's not very it's anticlimactic, you know. It's not. I mean, an eagle to me is like, I love eagle shots. Any eagle shot I can get, I'm going to take it. But I'm just saying, in terms of, you want to get the more impressive shot of a bird of prey getting a fish, an osprey outdoes the eagle any day, because the eagle most of the time doesn't even splash the water.
Exactly.
It just touches the water, comes up with a fish,
exactly, yeah.
and flies off. So I'm like, the only reason I can think of it wanting to steal the fish from the osprey, because it works so much harder to steal the fish, is that it's trying to just say, I'm the dominant bird, I'm the dominant predator in this community, and you're not going to take my fish.
Yeah, the one thing here, I think Flintlock is going to send you another photo. But one thing that people, I don't know if you guys know that, but the ospreys and the eagles, the way their talons work, correct? You can imagine. So imagine that you're going to grab something, correct? The way our hands work, our tendons, you have to put basically with the muscle, close the tendons and open the tendons, correct?
Yeah.
But in the eagles, the claws, they work differently.
They're already curved as it is.
Well, but also the tendons is like a ratchet system, correct? So once they put pressure to get the something, it actually, because it's like a ratchet system, it doesn't let go. They don't have to. They actually have to make a special motion. So sometimes the eagles and the ospreys, they have a lot of difficulties dropping it, because it's not
it's like a hinge and an unhinge. It's not, I grab it and I got to keep the pressure on.
They don't have to keep the
They don't
pressure.
have to keep the pressure on.
Exactly, because their tendons are ratcheted, correct?
Yeah.
So it works like a zip lock, a zipper tie, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, they're just all so amazing to watch. And then I'm trying to think of the I got a distant picture of it, an okay picture of it. I'm trying to think of the bird. It's not, it has the head of an owl, but it's not an owl. It has a head that looks like an owl, but it's not an owl. It's a Northern Harrier.
Okay.
Northern Harrier.
Yeah.
Has the
a flat face.
It has the kind of like the face of an owl, but it's not an owl.
Yeah, it's Harrier.
And they're cool. They're cool when you see them. I've only seen one twice. Yeah, mink are Flintlock's talking about mink. Mink are very voracious eaters. They'll get blue crabs, they'll get fish, they'll get snakes. They'll eat whatever they can get. It doesn't matter. Like he says, they'll eat a bird. They can get a bird. They'll eat a bird. I mean, they'll eat anything. Yeah, we don't see Northern Harriers too much in Myrtle Beach. It's pretty rare. We'll get it's sometimes I see them more in my neighborhood than I do at the park. Is, you know, red-tailed hawks, red-shouldered hawks. I've never seen one, but what was that bird you said you saw that was like a spot, and then you put the 800 on it, and it was still kind of a spot?
A kite.
The kite, yeah. So we get kites here too, although I've never seen one, but my friend Bob has them near his house. He'll see them once in a while near his house. We get the Cooper's hawk. We get certain types of falcons. So we get a fair variety, but we don't get everything. Or put it this way, if they're here, I have not yet had the privilege of running into them yet. The northern harriers, though, are okay. He says they call them marsh hawks. Well, that's where it was flying. It was flying over the marsh. It was flying over the grasses, at very low over the grasses, looking for something to eat.
Yeah. The good thing with these harriers is that because they work all the grasslands around the wetlands, when they are hunting, and they tend to hunt at the end of the day, they have a pattern of flying around and around and around. So you happen to be in the presence of one. Sometimes you can work with them, correct? Because they tend to hunt a lot in dusk and dawn, so they are difficult for that respect because they are looking for rodents and everything among the grasses, correct, in the marshes.
Yeah, they are cool. I would love to get one that flies close enough to me where it's not, and we all laugh like we go, well, I mean, most people say the best wildlife lens is the 600 millimeter lens. Yet I, have the 800, and there's at times where the 800 is nowhere near enough either, because these darn birds do not want to get close. They just do not want to get close. It's very, very frustrating. I'll show you. Let me see. I know this is an image that Flintlock will say, "Oh, I don't like it because it's in the sky," but sometimes something interesting happens in the sky. This was from the other day, and an osprey was having a little bit of difficulty with its prey, where it was starting to lose its grip.
Ooh.
So it's looking down like, okay, I got one talon on the end of the fish, but they like to have one talon on the head and one talon on the tail, and when they're flying across, it's like the fish is perfectly
aerodynamic,
parallel to the body of the osprey as it's flying, because it's got its hooks at the front and the hooks at the back. And it's just,
well, it's
going.
More aerodynamic, correct? Otherwise, it doesn't. It shows the less resistance to flying.
Yeah, they just, But yeah, it's nice when you can get them with the tree line behind them, or get them when they're lower and they're just above the water. But I follow their whole path. So if I get them coming out of the water with the fish, I get them while they're in the tree line, and then when they're in the sky, and I keep shooting. I get as many of them as I can, because sometimes you run into something like this where they're having a little bit of an equipment failure.
I think it was Bob. I haven't seen Bob here today, but usually he was early. That he mentioned, and you have mentioned that too, that they also do us on, obviously, because they go in the water, correct, and their feathers are not waterproof. They have limited amount that can stay in the water, but they also do this special shake of their heads, correct?
Oh yeah.
Once they get on flying,
they got a. Let me see.
You see, Roy, that's why we spend so much money on this, because we want to. we want
I
to
can see
capture
the
some.
attraction. I just don't have the money anymore. Now I'm retiring. I've got less money to spend.
We need to get you. Eventually, we're going to get you there to do some setups for your balcony there in Australia. You got wonderful opportunities.
Here's the after. Here's the after shake, the after effects of the shake.
Exactly.
And you know, and then sometimes, I don't know if I have one here. Sometimes the shake is so furious that you can't even see the bird. All you see is the water. You don't even see the bird. I don't know if I got one of those or not. But that one I'm not showing you because that's for January. Let me see if I. All right, here's one where you can kind of tell it's shaking. Let me bring this one up.
Hey, Randall, I think we've been surrounded by birders.
Oh, what did I do with this picture? All right. Yeah, we're gonna. The goal on this channel is to try to convert everybody.
I'm trying. I'm just no good at it.
Roy, we are not good at it either. We just keep trying. That's the fun.
But sometimes you have an image like this, and you don't even see the bird. You see that there's a bird in there, a shape in there, and the water is just like crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. I've got dozens and dozens and dozens of pictures of them doing the shake, with or without a fish. It doesn't matter whether they got a fish or not. They shake the water off. They shake the water off.
Wow, that's a lot of water.
That's a lot of water. Yeah, that's but you know, it's
I show you. Let me see if I can share this. This is not a great photo either, but
I got another shot from Arthur here. Let me bring his up quick. Share screen window. Oh, where's it? Oh, come on. I just opened it up. Thought I opened it up. Where is it? It's a pain. If you minimize the image, it doesn't show up.
okay.
So I'll find it here. So he says, here's
Nice bird.
He's Arthur Morris.
More in the middle of the screen.
The wrong way. And Flintlock says, I have choice words for Arthur Morris. Yeah, it's they're, as I say, this is where sometimes I laugh because the person with the iPhone is trying to get a bird like this. You know, don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. I just laugh when I see that effort with a phone. Like, no, don't bother, man.
So this Jeff, let me see if I can share this. This is not such a great image of the same situation that you encounter, but let me see if it's shareable here.
Yeah, we're gonna quit at 2:30, so we're running a half hour later than normal, but we'll quit at 2:30 here.
Exactly. Okay.
As long as we're having fun.
So this is similar to what you. Can you see it or not?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So that's similar to the situation that you have. Actually, this is in Yellowstone. There were a couple of eagles, and the the osprey passed by, and the eagles were not happy at all. Locally, this was not a great capture because the eagles were in good shape, and I didn't react. This is a long time ago. The osprey is not in focus, but the eagle is.
Yeah, but that's okay. Yeah, it's
Right, we show our mistakes as well.
Yeah, well, it's not a mistake. I mean, it's I mean, sometimes whether it be I don't want to shoot at ISO 15,000.
Exactly.
You're trying to get a balance. Okay, people could tell what's going on.
It's a great shot.
It sends a message, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. I mean, lots of times I prefer, although I'll have somewhere the whole bird in flight is tack sharp. Lots of time, I'd say more than half the time, I like to have the wingtips slightly blurred.
Exactly.
To give that sense of motion.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
I'd be happy with something like that. If I could get something like that, I'd be very happy.
Yeah. Let me see if I can. That location, actually, the good thing about that location in that portion of the river there in Yellowstone is that you get a nice background, correct? It's
soft.
Here is the if I can get out of here. This is the last one I'm going to share because I don't want this show to last till 4 a.m.
We have a photo review on the 6th.
That's right. And we're doing one tonight early, I guess. But there's the juvie.
Yeah.
There's the juvenile.
Love the look of the feathers.
But now the problem with the juvenile is it depends on the I agree that background shots are preferable, but the problem is lots of times when if you got like barren trees, leaves have fallen off, or they're all brown or whatever, and now you have a bird with this coloration. With that background, it's hard to even see the bird because the color, there's no contrast. The colors are too much the same.
Yeah.
So sometimes to really appreciate the color of the bird, it is a benefit to take it in the sky, because sometimes if it's right on the background and the background is a similar color, then sometimes you go, where's the eagle's head? Or I can't see the eye because everything blends in. You can't separate it from the background. So it's everything has its quirks, I mean, and like Flintlock said, white birds, I think it was Flintlock, but white birds are, basically once the sun is above the tree line, white birds are your worst enemy at that point. When you get a little bit of filtered sunlight through the trees hitting the white bird, you're going to get some wonderful shots. But when the sun finally pokes up a little bit higher in the sky, then you're always fighting that balance when you have a white bird and you have a bird that isn't white that's next to it, and you're like, okay, how do I want to do this? Well, you have to basically underexpose the shot to not blow the whites, and then you have to hope you can bring the shadows up to make it an acceptable shot, because you blow out the whites, you're not gonna be able to recover it.
Same problem with blacks, though, isn't it? Except the other way around.
Yeah. How many times do you see a black bear photo where it's hard to get the sharp focus on the eyes of the bear or whatever, because there's no contrast anywhere. It's all the same. It's all dark. It's very, very hard to get those pictures. And even though they'll say you have the cameras still need contrast, even though they're not purely contrast detect auto
phase detect as well
systems anymore. even the phase detect autofocus systems need to have some contrast to do a good job.
Okay, so Jeff, just because we're about to finish, and actually I'm surprised that I can still hear because I'm tired. But going to share one photo here. This actually combination of luck, correct, and the fact that you can get sometimes good photo with all cameras, correct. Now this is not new, but let me share this one. This is special for Mr. Ishii when he watched the rewind of that one.
Yeah, we're gonna make this the last one, guys, because we gotta quit. I don't get a lot of sleep after the show. My Sundays are normally pretty miserable. I'm not very lively. A golden eagle.
That's my favorite. I partial to the golden eagles. So
That looks like one of our wedge tails. Not that I could tell the difference.
so this is when so taken with a D800, 2017, right? We're still so yes, the DSLRs you can take photos, sharp photos.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct. But with the new camera you can take more. So this one I did. We're lucky enough to get it, in the frame and looking at me, flying towards me with a nice background.
No, that's nice. Yes, and you get, like I said, you get them over the water. You get that background. You get whatever reflection. You get whatever the sky, reflection in the water, and it adds to the photo. But you're going to take whatever you could get. Let's put it that way.
Exactly. And it's decent enough that you can make a print, like you were talking about the other day.
Yeah, I mean it's more. It's funny. I mean, I used to to me in the years ago. To me, okay, 8x10. I go 8x10. That's cool. That's cool. So I got and now I find that I rarely make anything smaller than 12x18. 12x18 is like my favorite size now
Yes.
for a print, because once you put especially if you're going to mat it, once you do a mat and you do a frame, it's a good size picture on your wall
Not
without.
worth printing anything smaller, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I print out 8x12s once in a while, and when I look at them, like I did an 8x12 the other day and just got it in the mail, and I look at it and I go, yeah, it's nice, but I would have rather done it larger. Yeah, I'm just now my paradigm shift. I'm now a 12x18 guy, a 20x30 guy once in a while, but a 12x18 guy most of the
I
time.
was always 20x30.
And you can see,
If you're
Roy,
gonna print big.
this was taken with a 600 millimeter f4 4G plus the 1.7x teleconverter. That teleconverter, which I still have in I have a love-hate relationship with that converter. That 1.7, sometimes you get a fantastic image, sometimes it was crappy. Sorry, pardon my English, but it was not acceptable. You have all sort of fringing and everything, but sometimes it works.
I got one too.
Yeah, but I did hate it, that one. But you can see every now and then that the camera has that 1.7 because I was taking something. These guys start flying. I had to take it with whatever I have on my hand.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, crowd, we're gonna call it a night here. Where we overshot my limit.
Sure, we didn't forget to shut it off.
But yeah, but I will be paying for this lateness in a very short period of time, because see, the problem I have too is while I'm awake, my dog is sleeping. And then when I get the dog to go to bed, the dog already had a lot of sleep, so the dog's going to be up at 6 o'clock, whether I go to bed at midnight or I go to bed at 3 in the morning. The dog's going to be up at 6, which means I'm going to be up at 6. So we're going to call it a night, everybody. Have a good night. And we hope to see you next Saturday, which will be our last stream before Christmas. And Chuck is suggesting that he may have a stream that he's going to do from AP Studios, live stream. I'm not sure. I couldn't quite the way he worded it. I don't know if it's Christmas Day, Christmas night, or Christmas Eve. So just keep an eye out on his AP Studios channel and see when he might be doing it. And then if you're able to join, then let's give him some support. If I'm free, I'm going to definitely support him. So everybody have a good night. We're gonna kill the stream right now. So this time we'll see if we really